Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 455. Whoa, we got a full house today.
Nice.
Oh, and yes, David, it is unscripted. That's about the only script there is.
Nice.
All right, let's see. On the panel today, we've got, I forgot to hit a button over here. There we go. Now everyone's on the same page. All right,
Good
first
thing.
up, we got Henry Strickland.
Hello world. I'll be demoing more Raspberry Pi Pico tricks today.
Okay.
Fudgewires. Woo.
We got Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody. I will be demoing absolutely nothing today.
Trying to decide if that shirt's got ferns or cannabis.
A little bit of both.
Little of both.
How do you think
Cool.
I hide? I used to hide the cannabis in the ferns. I don't have to anymore, but
It's a potpourri of plants.
All right, next up, we got Ron Delvaux.
Hello. That's my knee. You can see.
Hi, Ron.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh,
Oh,
Everybody in for
Keep the
lunch.
old one.
ouch.
Today is the first day that I've been on the show via a Apple computer. And it worked. Isn't that weird? Thank you. Welcome.
And Curtis says, about time.
Yeah.
All right, next over, we got Frederic Micro Hobbyist.
Hello, hello, and today I'm going to attempt to create a wig out of this for my bald head.
Nice.
Oh,
You
let's
don't
see.
care what color it is, do you?
Blends in with the kids. Let's see. Next over, L. Curtis Boyle
Welcome to the show, everyone.
and Brian Weasler
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
and Brian the Music Man.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm monitoring the airway.
Ooh, he is.
And then yours truly, the button pusher. Next row, we got Marco
Hey, glad to be here. Barely made it.
and Kevin Holloway
Hello, everybody.
and Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks. We should say Terry forgot to mention that the CoCoNation is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. So,
All right, I'm out of here.
Or help you lose weight.
Or grow
Although
hair.
it may cause a couple.
may cause some, but yeah. FCC warning. Sorry. Or
All right.
FDA,
Disclaimer.
whatever it was.
Let's see.
I had a
Last-
thought.
your investments may lose value.
Right?
Yes.
All
Future
right.
performance is not predictive of past performance. Something like that.
Something like that. Exactly.
All right. Last but not least, we got Bob Emery.
Oh, howdy, folks. Welcome to the show.
Okay. And over here in the chat, or otherwise known as the place where the people not on the panel go. Julian Brown, Michael Zwiffel, 6E, 809E, Rick Yu, J.E. Jones, Kevin Holloway, Brian Blake, Jim Rye, Coco Living, Canadian Retro Things, Peter Willard, Eric Omont, okay, Atgore is how's this pronounced? Atgore?
Hardcore?
Atgore? Okay. Because I still haven't got it right yet. Let's see. Wingnut, Exile in Paradise, L. Curtis, Coco Living again, David Lord, Bill in an HSV, Tom Eric Gunderson.
Bill laughing.
Okay, Bill. Okay, doesn't have a picture there, so like
Yeah, I know.
Not like Wayne Campbell there.
I want to know exactly what an HSV is. Should I worry if I see one coming?
High speed vehicle? Yeah, I'd be worried.
Let's see. I can't remember if we already listed Daddy Burrito.
Nope, you did not.
And I think we're caught up. Argor, he says. That's Richard Gore. Okay. Not that I'm going to remember this for next week.
Not at
Remember
all.
what?
Let's see. First up, we need to go do some project updates. So we'll turn that off, turn that on. And let's see. First up, how about Bob Emery?
All right. Well, I just got a quick one. So let me
There's a
see
spotlight
here.
button.
I'm gonna actually, well, I guess I can leave it here for right now, but a while back I mentioned that I made this little Joyswitch PC board for letting you switch your left and right joysticks at the flip of a switch instead of having to unplug them and whatnot. So
yeah,
I had a problem where I wasn't getting quite enough range out of it. Let me transition. So I got my setup now. Basically, I'm getting 0 to 60 now. It used to be like 53 or 54, which isn't enough to play most games. It wouldn't move right or down.
Not enough range.
60 is just enough that I think even Tom Mix games might work with this. But the important thing is, like, I've got my mouse plugged in here on the left, or I guess it's on the right. And I can just flip the switch here. And now mouse is on the left and the joystick's on the right. And yeah, 60 to 60. It works for arcade gaming.
So how quick does your 0 come in? Can you like fudge it a little bit? Does 0 take the maximum effort to the left, or is there a little room where you could sort of slide everything to make 60 be 63, you know? See,
So
there's a little more room on the 0 side, and there's not enough room on the 63 side.
Right.
It comes out to.
I'd like to know why it's
a
off.
little bit of
So you could fudge it with just a straight resistor. You know?
Well, that
I
one's
can
got.
actually answer that.
Is that an
There's-
adjuster? That little slider?
Oh, he's already fixed it. Never mind.
Yeah, this basically like it's a craft, but it's
Right.
a
Like a
AC3.
deluxe?
It's just like a deluxe, but it's a later model. This was actually for PC or joystick. I'm PC or Apple.
Right.
And I basically took that wiring out and changed it for the Coco. There's nothing on this switch right now, but thinking of maybe auto fire.
Those pod adjusters don't give you the full range though?
They will adjust it, but they don't really change the final output.
Right. I think the pots are probably too low a range.
they
So
do
even
is-
though you're doing it as a potentiometer, there might not be enough resistance across it, which sometimes you
Yeah,
can
you're
fudge it
just
with just an
adjusting the
incoming
center.
resistor to nudge the number
Yeah,
up a
so
little.
basically the deal is that I'm using a digital switch here.
Oh, you don't want to
It-
change
it-
the joystick. I got you.
It passes analog signals, but it doesn't really, it's not a proper analog switch like the 4066 is.
Right.
So what
Okay.
was happening when I had the 5-volt power on there, it was taking basically like a diode drop on the
Yeah.
final output, 0.7 volts. So you're only getting like 0
Trimming your
to
range.
4.2
you
volts
hide
or
that?
4 volts.
Yeah.
So what I did is I asked AI, how could I fix that? And AI suggested
A 9-volt
if I
supply.
go to the maximum voltage on this chip is 5.5 volts.
Oh, and that gives you a little more. Okay.
Headroom.
It gives me just enough to get to 60.
Oh, very good.
So I literally hand assembled this little buck converter to give me, it's running off a 2032. and giving me 5.5 volts to feed the chip and the enable line.
You're using two 2032, so you got like 6 volts going in?
No, it's just one.
Just one?
It's not a buck, it's a boost converter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's going from 3 to 5.5.
Ah, okay.
I still think I'd play with an inline resistor to increase the total resistance of the joystick just a few ohms and see if you can't get it to you know, you got a little extra on the zero side where you could have a little higher initial of resistance than you have, I think. Probably because you bucked the voltage up.
Yeah.
So zero is a little bit higher.
Well, yeah. The 5 volts to the joysticks is isolated from the 5.5 volts. So
understood.
It's still getting the 5 volts directly from the CoCo.
Huh.
In fact, the 5 volt line isn't even switched. I have that just fed directly straight across, as is, wired internally. That wouldn't work if I was doing more than 2 joysticks. If you wanted to switch between 3 or 4, you have to switch the 5 volts.
So boost your joysticks.
But at any rate,
let's enter the rabbit hole version of feature creep.
So everything works pretty good on this, except I still have one problem. The button 1 and button 2 here, and if I flip it, now they're on the other side. But on the left input, which is now reversed, if I click the left button 1, all the X and Y's are shorted to 0 for some reason. Button 2 works. But now that I've got everything switching normally and figured that out, I feel confident to respin the board, and maybe I can definitely figure that out. And probably figure out a better battery, maybe a little cell phone battery. Will last a little longer. Although this is ultra low power. So, I don't know. That's all I got. Just, I don't know, all the extra bodge wires I had to add to. Let's see if I can unplug this.
It's a proper project. It's got bodge wires.
Yeah. Because after I built it and was having all kind of weird issues, I realized that the footprint I used for these sockets had 2 pins reversed. Pin 4 and 5 were swapped. So yeah, that was that's button 0 and 5 volts. So
that'll say something.
Might have something to do with why the button 0 is still wonky, but I thought I had fixed that. So I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Alrighty.
Anyway, it's a fun little project. And nice to be able to just switch your joysticks between left and right without unplugging.
Exactly.
Gee, if only somebody actually made a device like that already.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people did.
Right, but what's the fun of that?
How many of them plugged into the CoCo? I haven't seen one for sale recently. There's the
Coco Man.
Yeah, Coco Man has the switcher
with high res,
because it'll swap those.
Or it swaps sides too. Yeah,
I tried to make one of these with that CD whatever 65, and it just drew too much power out of the CoCo. It wouldn't work, so I never got it working.
Yeah, you definitely have to have a separate. It can't run off the joysticks 5 volts.
There's only like 50 milliamps there. There's not a whole lot. So
yeah, you ain't getting much. Well, it's all used up. What is there is gone.
Yeah.
And the X and Y have there's 100 ohm current limiting resistor inside the CoCo on the main board, so you're limited there too.
Right. You don't want people taking limiting resistors out of their CoCo on your advice, because that's just scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you
take this resistor out, my CoCo fried. Oh, okay. Now I own your CoCo.
You put both your joysticks in the top left position. They're basically shorts.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, reset your machine, wouldn't it?
More than that, you might let some vital smoke out. You can see all kinds of fun things.
Might reset some of your chips to their
original state of sand.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Why don't we do Henry up next?
Okay. Hey folks, I'm gonna start out showing you a CoCo 2. It's got a 16K of RAM, and we're gonna ignore the fact that I've got a card stuck in the side of it right now. Rather than pull the card in and out a lot, I've just put a null program on it, so it's not doing anything. You'll just have to take my word on that. And I can put the camera down. We see it's running extended color basic. And how much memory have you got? Well, it's a 16K machine, so it's got about 8K free after basic gets initialized and frame buffers get allocated. And this is not a disk basic, and so dir is a syntax error. And since we only have like 8K free, if I try to allocate an array of, say, 3,000 real numbers, each number's 5 bytes, that needs about 15K to run, and we'll get an out-of-memory error. All right, so I've just been showing you like what a 16K CoCo 2 is like. Well, I've been working on this board, which puts an RP2350B. The 2350 is the processor that's inside the Pi Pico 2, and it's pretty much raw on the CoCo's bus and can map almost all the lines in by default. This has got a couple bodge wires, as Patrick always notices, but I've got a new version of this board on the way that won't need the bodge wires. And the only thing that's actually happening that's active is I've got Schmidt triggers inputs on inverters here for the E and the Q. So the E and the Q come off of the CPU and the CoCo, and they get cleaned up before they get to the pin on the GPIO, because that's what I realized a couple weeks ago was causing me problems. So anyway, as I said, we've got a board in here, and and this is running a null program right now, so it's not doing anything. So I'm going to use these two buttons, hold down the flash while I hit the reset. Now it's ready to have a program put on it. And so I've now flashed it. I should have had that off. I've now flashed it with the program the firmware that I like to have on it. And this USB cable is going to my PC. Happens to be running Linux. It could also be running Windows or Macintosh and would work. Okay, I've started the program on the PC, and let's turn off and turn back on the program that's running on there. And now I can turn the CoCo 2 back on. And it says it's now running disk extended color basic, but I didn't add any ROM to it. It's my Pi Pico 2 that is looking at the address bus and seeing this is in the range of C000 through DFFF, and in that range I'm going to provide answers from this array that I've got in my firmware. So it thinks it's running color basic ROM, and in fact it is running that. And let's ask it how much memory you have now. 22,800. So
that's not 16K.
That's not 16K, is it? So that's another trick the Pico is doing. when it sees the address bus has got addresses under 8,000 hex, the first 32K of memory, it is providing memory for the first 32K.
Oh, okay. It's auto added.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. And now I'm going to type dir. Now I have not put a floppy on, but the floppy image is back on the PC that's through that red USB cable. I told you there's a program running on my PC, and the PiPico communicates with the PC when it needs disk services, and it gets things off the disk. And
so you're saying you can upgrade your 16K CoCo to 64K CoCo with disk extended color basic by plugging in this RPI20.
Yeah. And I should be able to do network as well. I think I can emulate the WizNet chip.
Nice.
So you're providing 64K RAM or 32K RAM at this point?
Right now I'm providing 32K. I'm already working on 64K, but I have to observe the funny bits that you said in the SAM. I have to look for those rights.
Yeah, like which RAM map mode you got.
To flip back and forth, yeah. And apparently haven't gotten that quite right because I'm trying to boot up OS 9 level 1 and debugging it.
64K target.
Yeah. And so one more thing I'm trying to get it to do, and this is not working very well at the moment, so this is the work in progress. But as long as I've got the PC tethered to it, and as long as it's watching what's going on, I'd like to see what's being executed. So when I highlight it, you can't see it at all. I'll highlight the line below it. Transfer A to DP, set the direct page to 0, and load D from the play timer, and branch to color basics IRQ. This is just a small capture that I did earlier, but I want you to be able to set a trigger watch point, and when you hit that watch point, it triggers and starts to capture you at least a modest set of trace of assembly language, what it's going through, because this is how I will debug why level 1 is not being launched correctly. So that's
OS 9.
Yeah, quick question for you on the OS 9 side, especially. Are you going to be supporting the virtual hard drive images, the VHEs as well, or just floppies?
Virtual hard drive images as well.
Cool.
And MMU and at least 128K.
Oh,
as
awesome.
Well. So running OS 9 level 2. And then there's people who use this RP2350 for video generation. I might be able to get clean video out as well. I might not be able to do that as well as lots of other things, but if we put 2 of these cards in, so there's a lot of future in this project, I believe.
Cool.
Yeah.
Especially for your old CoCo 1s and CoCo 2s. Don't throw them out.
Whatever it is, plug this in and it's upgraded to the top of what a CoCo 1, 2.
Oh, beyond.
Yeah.
128K.
And finally, my cost on making these, I just sent off a round of making 50 of the new version, and after the 46% tariffs and taxes and shipping and handling and other fees, there's still less than $20 a card to create.
Wow.
So this is the one you're creating the module yourself rather than plugging one in that you've bought, right? Is that what I'm seeing?
What do you mean, Patrick?
So where you would normally have a module plugged into the middle of the card there, you just...
Oh, yes. This is now built into the...
Just part of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Nice.
I still have the the pins and the castellated edges along it. That
Right.
was
Well, if it
useful enough
explodes,
that
you know, you can, you know,
useful enough that in KiCad I didn't delete it. And
how many layer board are you using?
this is a 4-layer board because this design, who's by a guy on the internet, and I should learn his name and say it every time because thanks to him, what is the GitHub? Jay Vanderberg, I believe. Jay Vanderberg. I've copied his design and made very small changes to the
and
to the
built it
internal
into a CoCo board
of that. And then on the edges of it, this is because when I created this board, I had not proven yet that the Schmidt triggers on E and Q are the way to go. Now I have. That I bet you, Patrick, this fixes.
I've got to redraw all my stuff now. Yeah,
some problems that you had. Yeah, and so this jumper was to let me either use or not use that cleaning.
And it's in use now.
Yeah. What's going on down here is routing CTS and SCS to some GPIO pins. I had neglected to have those available by default, and so I've added that. And this is a 2x10 socket with the normal 1/10 of an inch pitch. And you can make hats to plug into it. So I started thinking, you know, as long as I'm making these, should I put a VGA connector on it? Should I put an SD card on it? Should I put a couple RCA jacks for audio? Well, those are going to be on hats. And that's one way for me to go ahead and get these cards running without doing all the design and verification.
Is this like a regular Pi hat or your own Pi hat?
It's not for a Pi hat. It's my own hat.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's a pin hat that's similar to that for.
Yeah.
Asking.
Those tend to be 40 pin also, I think.
Okay.
But,
this is 20.
Yeah. And so this is called the CoPico Centipede. And it's centipede because of that centipede going down the middle of the thing with 60 feet.
You have every test point you ever might want.
I've got lots of test points. The bodgeability has been good so far.
The chart.
The question is, what signals do I put on a 20-pin connector for you to do hats? Most of it is GPIO. There is a ground. There is a 3-volt 3. There is a 5-volt. And you've also got access to CART and NMI, so you can send fast interrupts and non-maskable interrupts if it wants to get attention of the CoCo. And then through the GPIOs, you can do SPI protocols. You can do I2C protocols, UART serial protocols, make up your own, turn relays on and off, to automate your garden, or all kinds of sensors, you know, are available now.
Hey, Henry?
For really cheap. Yes.
Question. So right now you're tethering this off the computer so you can download the image and stuff. Is there any way to load the image on board so you don't need a tether? So you can just make it a standalone cartridge that would be set up for the RAM? And
yes, that works as well. You said earlier that from the 5-volt line on the CoCo, you can draw about 50 milliamps.
That's the joystick port. There should be
the joystick port. Well,
yeah, there should be more
these tend to be under 50 milliamps. I've read. I hope on my design as well. But yeah, if I unplug the thing, it gets powered by the CoCo's 5 volts.
Cool. So it could be standalone cartridge. You take a 16K extended basic CoCo, slap it inside, and now you've got.
And now you got a nice CoCo.
Now you've got a 64K CoCo with networking.
There are
hard drive images.
These two diodes right here. Already there's this one diode inside of here where the 5 volts coming off of USB goes through one Darlington, and apparently it only drops at 0.3 volts. I didn't know that was possible.
Nice.
in order to go into the converter that creates the 3-volt 3 that powers the chip here. So I made it go through 2 of those diodes from the 5-volt line coming from the CoCo. And that way it'll prefer the 5 volts coming off of the USB in order to power the little processor here. But if doesn't exist, then it'll go through here and drop 2 diodes worth of voltage and still be able to produce the 3 volts 3 for it. So this has been a lot of fun to learn and experiment and diddle, and I'm working on the firmware.
You are a super genius. Yeah, all things coming that you can add to it, right?
And I think I meant to go play back last week's episode when I was on, because Curtis or somebody was telling me about similar projects on other retro computers, and I really have not looked at them very much. I've done most of this on my own. I do look through GitHub and find sample code, or I do ask Gemini AI at times to give me some sample code.
Good chat question here. Will this work with an MPI?
This is what I
select it. Yeah.
This is what we have to figure out. I mean, as long as this is CTS directed for the ROM and SCS directed for the disk,
right,
then that much will work. Getting extra RAM and SLINB through, I hope works, but I don't know.
Well, if you push SLINB, then you get to do whatever the hell you want. So,
does a MU work on an MPI? It does. So this should as well.
I haven't ever tried mine. It should.
Yeah.
So it might. we'll say might, right?
Yeah, and then do internal things come out so that I can see it on the bus. Like when we're executing these instructions off the internal ROMs, I'm printing zeros right now for the data bus, but I think those signals might be available and I'm just not grabbing it. So yeah, there's a range of things that I'm not real sure about and have to work out, and what final limitations are. We may learn some things and need a newer version of the board that can do even better.
By the way, nice light blocking Elmer's trifold display board there.
Yeah, this is a poster.
I can see your face.
A poster board that the sun was really oppressive, when I was setting up the demo an hour ago. It's
no, we can still see the light behind it.
Yeah, we're coming through.
Okay. Can I tell you what, Rick? Why don't you pick up from there?
Okay, what the heck? I don't really have a whole lot. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I can't see the show since I turned on the thing. You see a Coco mask?
Yeah,
I'm working on the fest
map. We see the tables.
I still don't know where the alley things are because, Grant's off playing with the storms, so I haven't been able to talk to him and see if this is right or not. But we're filling in people, so that's all good. Let's see. And then I noticed that I'm on one corner of the room and Mark's on the other corner of the room. So I have this 3+ pounds of screwdrivers to
beautiful
balance down my side of the room. So we'll stay level and hopefully not cincy. And then in the interest of professional integrity, I need to self-report. It was not my intention, but I caused this solder burn this week.
I
didn't intend to, but
Did you hold on?
You were thinking about Curtis.
Curtis didn't even perk up when you said that.
Nope.
Right. It was actually for my hair dryer that I used to Well, anyway, if your key fix smells a little like burnt pork, it's not my fault. And I guess that's just this week. I just worked all week. I didn't do anything fun, but
okay.
Come on, Grant, talk to me.
I have the map up if you guys want to look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there's more.
Let's see.
And then we have hull tables that we want to add to the map, but I don't know really where he wants to put them. So that was my question. So that's why I had this stupid thing.
Come on,
these are the people this year inside the hall, but I don't know outside the hall what's going on. Other than we have people out here on these tables, and there's 16 of them. What else have we got?
All right, so here's the current map from Tandy list. So the outside ones are, where are they?
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much the same as mine. They haven't really added any.
What's going
okay,
on with
table
my...
36 got sold. Who's 36?
36 is Strongware.
John Strong.
John Strong.
Cool.
Well, I notice like here on row 40, we've got Marco over here, the CoCoNation over here, and then Henry down here in 45.
And 44, I think.
And 44 for Thomas.
Yes, yes. The same place you were last show, I believe.
For the last 3 shows.
Last 3, okay. Yeah, I didn't get my tables in time, so I had to just take...
That's where you were last year, wasn't it?
I was around the corner and I had 2 of them, but this year I'm kind of broke. I mean, here's...
I thought, let me...
So here's the names on the same map. If you want to throw me back up for a second. Okay, so here's the one side of the show. Last year I was over here in Boise Tech. Got all those. Lucky. Never mind. And then way up here we have... oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Okay. And then I don't know what's out here. So in any case, we've had one more table. So, I mean, there's some big tables still available.
I think on the hall tables, we only have the 4M. Minstrel, Minosaur, Madness, Mesa.
Yeah, there's only a few.
A few that sold or a few that didn't?
There's a few that sold. There's a bunch that are listed, and I don't even know where they are, so I can't really tell you who's in front of who or who's next to who. So
I've got one of the hall tables that I plan on unattended demos running on.
Oh, cool.
But that means we've also got some flexibility if someone at the last minute needs a place and wants to share.
Well, they've got 15 hall tables listed, but only 2 have sold.
Right, and I don't even know where they are, so I can't tell you where you're at if you bought one.
Oh,
so I guess we need to get Grant away from the storms and have him tell us how these tables are arranged and which one is number what.
You know what? The hotel is probably going to decide where they want to put the tables.
Well,
also too, Rick, this Thursday will be the Glenside meeting. You're more than welcome to, if you want, join the show for a little bit, and you can certainly ask that.
Yeah, I'll play hooky on my other thing next Thursday, and
yeah, because Grant's normally on that, but Jim Brain will definitely be there.
Okay, because I know this is all their busy time of year, so yeah,
yep.
So in any case,
okay. Oh, where's my agenda? All right, let's do Frederic.
Well, it's not a big thing. You saw, as you saw earlier, is you probably know. Well, people didn't see this yet, but I don't know if I try to. I don't know if it's going to focus, but you see a pin that's bent,
a little short, yeah.
Yeah, so it's bent onto itself very tightly. and it sort of made a really weak connection. And then I pressed on the wires and chips and whatnot. Oh, it works, doesn't work. Works, doesn't
So that
work.
little angled entry thing that pegboard, the breadboards have, turned that pin back around and turned it right back up on itself.
Yep, precisely.
Beauty, nice.
that doesn't happen often, and
you're
I was surprised because you remember how the breadboard was made. Everything was laid out
very pretty,
perfectly and pretty, and I started to rip it out with tears coming down my eyes. And I got to find the problem. And then no more wires, and I started pulling out chips. And took out the CPU. Darn, how did I manage that? And so basically,
which line is
what I redid is a nice little form of spaghetti, which seems to work. I got some LEDs running.
Don't turn the AM radio on when you're running that.
Exactly.
Now that's what my breadboards tend to look like.
Right. This is very familiar.
So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it spaghetti-wise, then make a PCB out. Once I know everything works, make a PCB, make a card, and just add to it up until I get something functional.
So curiosity is, what pin number was that? What function does it do?
Let's see. That is pin. That would be an address line. Yeah, it's an address line.
Oh, so it jumped all around. That's perfect. Yeah, the hardest thing to find. If it was a dead data bit, you could see it. But yeah, a wonky address line. Good luck with all of that.
So yeah, but that's about it. So I'm going to finish this thing.
So you should put that in. You should frame that, stick it on the wall. So when you get stuck in the future, you can look up and say, "Oh yeah."
Don't do that.
And now if you try to straighten that pin, it's going to snap off.
Yeah, it's just going to break anyway. So just put it on a plinth.
Of course it is. I mean, it's so.
Yeah, it's been so perfectly, right?
Let's try it.
You could take an X-Acto knife and kind of tilt it out a little bit.
There we go. We're going to snap it off on the show.
It probably will, but for what it's worth.
Come on, stick it in his eye. Besides.
But also, once you get it out, you could maybe titch a little solder, strengthen it up a little bit.
Smack it with a needle hose and flatten it.
And the problem is
it's not snapping. It's good. Oh, it's almost there.
All right.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it weakened tremendously after you folded it around that far.
Well, plug it into a socket, one-time use the next time, right?
Exactly.
And it'll stay in the socket.
So one thing you could do is put some flux on there, both sides, and maybe put a thin layer of solder on it each side.
I wouldn't. Let's just hide your problems. There you go.
Seems okay.
All right.
Good enough. If you can get it in the socket once,
socket, it's done.
That's its forever home.
Yeah.
One thing, if you had just a board with pins and female socket, male socket, you could piggyback it and then just use the whole thing instead of relying on the pins of the chip itself. And that way you never have to remove the chip from the pass-through socket.
Okay.
So Jim Braid made these boards to put two CPUs in, so you could have the 6309 and 6809.
Yeah, right. Yes, and just
switch
side
over.
By side.
Yeah, so if you use one of those, you put the chip in the socket and never take it out again, and then you use the whole thing that you put into.
Oh, right. Stick it in a socket, and now that's the chip.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a little taller than normal.
They make those DIP 40 things that are risers, if you have to get them off. So just get one of those things, stick it in there, and just never take it out.
Well, I do have 9 more of these.
Okay.
Okay, well then send me that one. I'll take care of it for you.
I'll bring it at Coco Fest.
Exactly.
Just a little taller.
They make those DIP 40 things that are risers. If you have to get them off, so just get one of those things.
Ooh, who's that going?
Somebody's looping back.
Somebody's listening to the video feed.
Oh, it's Nick.
Okay, well then send me that one. He made it.
Yeah. So just before we get to Brian, let's say hello to Erico and Sloopy and Nick.
Hello, people. How's it going?
Hello.
Hey.
Hang on.
Hello.
Greetings.
Okay. Am I coming through now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. You can start the show now.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Rewind.
Okay. Well, here we go.
From the top with feeling.
All right. Brian, what you got for us today? There you are.
Just one quick item here that I picked up here that we could talk about here. So I got myself a custom CM8 monitor.
With a door.
Has a
Yeah,
door.
it came with the optional accessory of a door on it. So
Oh.
So no,
People
there were
pay
just
extra
tutorials
for
for
that.
breaking off and everything. No, this was out on eBay from one of my favorite sellers, and it was a no-brainer grab, the price and everything.
Right.
So not that I really needed a CM8 monitor. I have a couple, but the reason why I grabbed it is the MM1 that I have. I'd like to have one that's dedicated just for that. So if I have multiple displays going, I could have a couple Coco 3s, but then I could also have one just dedicated to the MM1 with the adapter cable that I built. But
Right.
no, this one was out there. Yeah, it has the door and everything. Question for you guys though, from a collecting standpoint, sometimes I like to clean these things up and make them look good. But the previous owner of this certainly did like stickers. So we got the Bros Club, we got B100. There's a little X on this side here. There's even a expect no limitations. There's even a
just about broke
sticker
that
on-
door.
Right?
Yeah,
No,
just
break
broke
the
there.
dang
So,
door
yeah.
showing us
No,
you
it's
got
still
it.
good there.
Get off that door.
Would you guys remove the stickers or leave the stickers? I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of interesting if there's a good story behind it, but I'm not aware of any good
Ladies,
story
patina?
behind it. So I might.
Well,
lose
they
the
don't
stickers.
hurt anything. IPA will always get the glue off.
Well,
So
the
it
glue,
doesn't hurt anything to leave them.
But then
the
the
only thing
stickers
that
might
sometimes
become
happens, the only thing that sometimes happens is you remove the sticker, and the plastic underneath is a different color than where the
Yeah,
sticker
I was
was
just
at.
going to say
Oh,
that
from,
too.
from
That's the
retro
trick.
bright needs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Just from
but,
UV radiation or whatever that's hit it, then it'll yellow the plastic.
Yeah, I would leave
Well,
it
that
on.
one's not very yellow yet. So, yeah, that's a good
Um,
question. Do you get the stickers off while you have the time? Or
I would.
Did you-
Then the
did you-
stickers might become associated with you. You might
Yeah.
have some
One thing,
explaining.
Doug, did you peel a little bit of it just to check if the colors are different?
no, I hadn't done anything like that to look and see if there is any
well,
difference in the
one
color.
thing you can tell is because the door, the button, and the front panel aren't the same plastic, and they
Right.
haven't really changed color much.
And also too, if you,
Front's still gray. Yeah.
it's a lot easier for me to tell it, but I think you can see a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, the
here in
back's
person-
bloody and the front's quarter
Yeah,
gray.
this is a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, this is more yellower. It doesn't quite stand out as much on your guys' end, but it's a lot much more obvious on my end here. But
Yeah, I would
It's
leave
visible.
the stickers on there because they contribute to the personality of the
Provenance.
monitor.
That's the point. But I would check a little bit underneath, just a little bit, just to see if the
But
colors
I would
are
take the
actually
door
different.
off, wrap it in bubble wrap, put it in
Send
an
it to me.
armored box, and hide it somewhere.
It
Just so
also,
you'll be the only guy with a CM8 door that isn't broken.
yeah,
right?
it also
That's the most valuable
contributes-
door there is in the board.
It also,
Who's
it also-
nitrogen?
It also makes it easy to tell which one of your 15 it is.
Right? Right?
you mean 16? Sorry, no.
Oh,
No,
That was 6-0
I don't have
you
that.
meant, right?
I don't
Rub
have
it
that.
in.
I think I have 3. I'm not sure, but I had the one that I bought way back in the day when they were new, and then I got 2 others. So, but along this line though, I did want to ask you guys for some input. So at Coco Fest, the ones that you've seen, the past couple years, I've been doing more of a tribute to Robert Killigus. Especially 2 years ago, and then this last year I did that plus a few other things. But this year with the Coco 3, I'm trying to think of something to kind of do more of as a tribute. Of course, it's going to have to be hardware. But what do you guys think might be kind of interesting? I have many of the memory upgrades that were available back in the day. I have some video conversion options, that were available to go to to go to VGA. There's software that's obviously CoCo 3 specific. I got a couple monitors. What do you guys think might be kind of an interesting display that people might find interesting? Does anybody have any input? I'm trying to decide what display that people might find kind of cool.
Did you want to focus more on hardware or software?
Well, hardware is mostly what I have. I mean, obviously I have software that I could run. There's some games that obviously were very that were built for the CoCo 3 that really highlighted its graphics. I could certainly have that running on a couple CoCo 3s. Some games.
And some of the stuff that's like CoCo 3 specific, or at least was designed for the CoCo 3, like the DICOM, phaser interface and the RAT graphics package, which has I think it's a serial mouse.
All that weird stuff.
Some of the CoCo 3 specific disc controllers, like the PBJ one that has the 8K or 32K cache, if you have one of those, would be another. Maybe some of the hard drive controllers, I guess, too, like the Burke and Burke or the Eliminator, that kind of thing. I mean, those work on a CoCo 1 or 2 too, but they were designed when the CoCo 3 came out specifically.
Right.
I mean, maybe we could all contribute to your list. For example, Tandy had 2 or 3 different 512K upgrades with different AIX numbers and all these different controllers. Maybe we should all contribute what we have available we could show to you, and you could make one big display of all of these things.
Okay.
Just to show, here's the 5 different 512K boards that Tandy released, and here's the, 17 different disc controllers. It might make a nice master display for, just.
Right.
Because you have so much stuff, and we could probably fill in some of the gaps. And
so some of Nick's digitizers too, like Rascan or some of that stuff.
Right.
If you got deep pockets there, Brian, you ought to have somebody make up some doors. And you could
sell doors.
Sell doors. They'd probably go for $50 a piece.
Right, resident CMA doors.
Yeah.
Right.
Could you
so
imagine?
because one of the tables I want to have, I'm thinking about doing some selling. I want to have one table that's going to be the machines that kind of came after the CoCo 3. We kind of did that virtual CoCo Fest. So like the AT machine I have, the MM1. I've offered space for Rick for his machine to be displayed there. So I'm going to have that as kind of a post CoCo 3 table. And so then I was thinking about having a CoCo 3 table itself and just kind of have some kind of a display that people might find interesting. So I thought I was just doing, obviously I could put what I find interesting though, but I thought maybe I'd ask if you guys had any input that might be kind of interesting. So, I've shared a lot of stuff over the years, and so that's always what I enjoy doing.
The thing that you have is the big selection. So I can show one cool CoCo thing and some other guy can show another cool CoCo thing, but you can show 12 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So could we consolidate all of that into here's the,
Yeah, because I'm going to have
Brian and Friends display of stuff.
Well, because I got 2 of those display boxes that I built. Not that I don't mind stuff being out in the open though, but some of the memory upgrades and stuff like that, I find it kind of
put it in a box.
Put it in the box, and then that way you can lay everything can be laid in order with maybe a little bit of signage in front of each one or something like that to make it.
High-res joystick adapters too. You could do the Tandy one and say the CocoMax one, for example, from Colorway.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, one thing you could try, I don't believe Boise's attending CoCo Fest this year. Boy, I may be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, Boise. I think he's going to Tandy Assembly in 1 or 2 of the VCFs. I don't know if he'd be willing to lend it or not, but that CoCo 4 case he got would be a pretty cool one to show.
Ooh.
Yeah, there'd be some way if he could get that up here, that'd be great. Because I know he flies, so I don't know if that's how he would get it up here. But yeah, that would be.
Yeah, or maybe reach out to him. I like I said, that's a pretty rare piece. I don't know if he'd want that to go if he's not attending. But
yeah, because he did bring it to the what's the one that's down in Dallas or Fort Worth?
Southwest, I think, or something.
Is it South?
Southwest, yeah.
Is that the one that's south? Okay, yeah. I know he's had it there on the table before with the what's the guy's name? Tandy Showcase. I think he had it on his table. Maybe I can't remember. So, or maybe Boise had his own table. So, but anyway, okay. Well, I was just looking for some input there.
Hey,
No, I just
Brian.
wanted to. We've all seen a CMate monitor. I just wanted to make a little funny out of it there with the door and everything, because
Like it.
they do tend to get broken over the years. So
Well, and I have seen CM8 monitors where the three items, the front bezel, the door, and the power button, are all three different colors.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that thing is set. Maybe it had a window at its back, but it's been in the shade most of its life. So
Yeah.
nice.
Well, Exxon Paradise has a pretty good comment here too. After what happened to Roger Taylor's gimme display, yeah, don't ship and pray, escort only. So yeah, I
Yes.
agree with that. That was a disaster.
Armed guard around the stupid thing.
I want to say,
Brian, how many are your
did somebody? Go ahead.
How many of your CM8s have the original box they were shipped in?
I have one in a box.
I got a couple of them.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The graphics on it and stuff are neat.
Yep. And I could certainly have that set in there too as well, because the CM8 monitor was out, came out with the 3. So, but I was going to have that there. Maybe bring that Magnavox monitor and its a video. That was a common video solution that people used for the CoCo 3. And so I thought about having a couple CoCo 3s running with the CM8 monitor, or maybe one with the Magnavox. I could have some of the games running on that, so that could be part of a display. I could have some memory upgrades and some of the other things that you guys mentioned, like the rat and some of that. That was kind of CoCo 3 specific. So, yep. Okay. Well, I guess there's some stuff to think about.
Cool.
So. And whether you get your machine running or not, Rick, you're still welcome to display it though, because I think people would find it interesting just to see the machine. So
I'm reassembling it as we speak. So whether it works or not, it will be there with as a display of some kind.
Yep. Very good.
Bob Emery, what you drinking in that big bottle? It's turquoise.
He's on this show. It's probably vodka.
How many drinks?
It's Dr. Pepper.
Oh, okay.
So. That's all I got, Mark. Thank you.
Okay. Any more project updates?
I've got some. I have one.
All right. You're up. Go for it.
Okay. Well, some of you, I think I mentioned before on another edition of CoCoNation that I have the intention of creating a sort of a digital magazine that relates to game making, right? And it works with different platforms through issues, but the very first season is about the color computer. So I've been working on that. I don't have anything to show as of yet. It's going to take a little longer, but there are steps to get to there, and I'm evolving. So let me show you guys something here. Hang on. So first thing I have, as you guys can see, these are some of the articles I'm working on for the magazine. I'm getting this stuff ready, but what I would like to show you guys right now is I've got a new site. I'm still working on it, which is this one here. And it has some of my productions and everything. And the color computer stuff will be here too. It's still a work in progress. I'm still, but it's probably going to take this month to finish the website. So if you want to check it, it's FUEDNet, but it's incomplete as of now. But you can play around and look at some stuff. So this is the kind of news, the digital magazine about game making is something I'll probably have something to talk more about in a month or two. And for now, here's what I would like to show you guys. You probably know, and I hope I'm not running over Curtis if you don't have this on the news. You have the 10-liner basic competition, right? Happens every year. It's been like more than 10 editions so far. This is the place you check rules. If you look at 2026, you have the rules and the game list that people already sent stuff, right? So clicking on the rules here, you have first you have all German stuff. Under here, you have it in English. There's nothing difficult to understand here. For Scala computer users, we can define on this category here, Extreme 256, that you write 10 lines with maximum 256 characters. You can also use not only disk extended basic, but you can use basic to 6809 to do stuff here. Although it's called a compiler, it's actually a full language. It has extra commands and everything. You can use UG Basic here too. And this is something I intend to do. I intend to take part on this competition.
Yeah, Jim Geary does as well.
Yes, he's always here. It's always worth checking the last editions, right? The contests of the last edition here, the game lists, because when you have 10 lines, it's not you're not gonna get to something good because of graphics, sounds, features, or anything like that. You have to concentrate on very basic gameplay mechanics, and you cannot put many objects, you cannot have many processes going on. So this kind of challenge makes you really concentrate on an element of gameplay only, right? It's a very nice thing to play around with. I recommend people do it. It might sound boring at first, like you have to shrink things to 10 lines, but no, there is something hidden here. As you play around with it, it's super fun. And what I have to say is that I'm hoping to start making a game right now on the show throughout the duration, since the show usually takes, what, 8 hours, 12 hours of CoCoNation?
The short ones do, yeah.
It should be, it should be, I should be able to get something at least going or play around with something through the show. So hopefully by the end of the show, I can pop in and show you guys something. What I'm hoping, here's what I'm hoping to do. If you look at one of the magazine issues here, you probably noticed this Arkanoid mock-up down here, right? So this is what I'm hoping to code right now in UG Basic. Get this one here. Yeah. So here's what I intend the game to be. It looks like Arkanoid, but it's going to be called Bumpanoid, right? So whenever the ball hits one of the tiles here, it explodes and take away a lot of them, right? And the thing is that you have to blow a passage through the tiles to reach the top. And as you bounce your ball, hits the top, the whole row goes down one block. And as you hit the top, it scrolls out of the screen. If that happens without your bat colliding with the blocks, then you're good. So that's the idea of the game. And this is what I'm going to start coding in UG Basic here right now. Hopefully, throughout the show, if I get to something good, I'll pop in to show you guys. Or at the end of the show, we'll get to see what is going on. And that's it. That's all I have to say. I'll probably keep the instead of having a video of me or something like that, I'll probably keep the desktop going. So it gets to be
cool.
entertaining.
I'm looking forward to the magazine too.
That's going to take a little while. I need to have a few issues done before I start messing with it, right? So I check time, how much time it takes for me to produce them. I have the content already. It's just about layouting the content in the format I would like to deliver and fixing one thing or the other, having animated GIFs. So this kind of
that answers my one question. I didn't know if you were planning on making a physical publication as well as a virtual, like a PDF or whatever, but it sounds like it'll be a electronic version.
Yes, I could play around with doing some sort of physical, but the thing about having it on digital is that I can update it.
Yeah, plus you can do like animations and stuff like you're mentioning too,
Yes.
unless you want to make it a flip it cartoon in the corner or something.
Yeah, we can. I can be talking about something, and we can be looking at an animated GIF, and it helps much better than a static screen or a link to an external video. Anyways, this format, the online seems to be the best one to keep track of everything. And I'm working with a whole bunch of work in progress systems like UG Basic and a few others, and they do change over time. And I would like to be able to come back and change a few things if needed. And of course, you can download the whole thing and experiment it offline. Right? If it's kind of like a workshop, typing workshop stuff. So it's the kind of content you wanna read while you're doing the things with an emulator, a notepad, and some GIMP, that kind of stuff.
Cool. Yeah. I should mention Jim Geary's actually in the chat. He said he's already got 2 programs in the 10-liner contest.
Yeah, I saw it. He's doing pretty great.
And he may have done that during the show too. I'm not sure.
Right.
Oh.
during the news.
Great.
No, news hadn't happened yet. 2 more programs then.
Yeah, that'll be a couple more by the time the news is done.
I'm not at a Jim Jerry level of coding this kind of stuff. I mean, he probably can code in a compact form right away because he's so experienced. In my case, I will do the code in a readable form, expanded. But EugeBasic has some features to while you're doing the code, you can check how many lines. It has some automatic compacting stuff that you can go around checking how you're doing. And it's also, while 10 lines might sound a little too little, EugeBasic tokenizes the commands in a very tight form. So this 230 something characters we have on the color computer, or 256 as the rules dictates, actually can carry a lot of stuff. And for example, in disk extended color basic, there are some things that you are going to need an extra line. It's unavoidable. Or
avoid those things, right?
Yeah, but they are stuff that read controls and
well, it's your brain. How can you do it in 10 lines?
Yeah, and the way if-thens and stuff work, you have to worry about. So
yes, the program controls you have inside disk extended color basic get some limitation on that front. While say in EugeBasic, you don't have that. You can put everything in a single line. It's very versatile. So it should be fun to bring something up. Of course, not on the level of Jim Jerry. I'll first do it a little bit expanded, checking if it fits 10 lines or how much I'm spending on the thing. And I'll do the process of shrinking it at the end. But hopefully it's going to be something fun to play. If the ball explodes really nice and the explosions are neat and soundy, that alone will be something fun to play with. And
I'll mention to Wayne Campbell in the chat too. Like he's in the Base 9 program. He's the one who ported the full Sokobon over. He should probably enter this contest too. He's better at programming games and stuff than I am on Base 9. But it'd be interesting to see because you have some of those limitations are kind of removed too, because there's way more structures for controlling the flow of the program, like while and stuff, in addition to for next and if then. So that would be a good one to try it too.
Do loop
Eric,
things like that.
Hey Erica, could you post the link to the competition? I was trying to figure it out from the screen, but I couldn't get it figured out. Somebody's asking. You can just post it in the Zoom chat, and I'll repost it.
Yeah, I think I covered it a couple weeks ago on the show when it was first announced, but I don't have it handy.
I'll get that. I'll get that to you, Marco.
Okay, beauty.
Okay, that'll work too.
And you have the rules 2026. I'm not sure I can post on and I've got the YouTube screen closed.
No problem.
But anyways, I'm hoping this little Bumpanoid happens to be happens to be fun to play. If I believe if the explosions are nice and the sound is great, that enough will make it a pleasure to play with. It's there's another interesting thing. You guys are seeing the mock-up here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is it's also in the factory. It's a nice thing about this game. I got notes by Kyron. When he saw this mock-up, he mentioned that he really liked it, and I was telling him, yeah, it came out really nice. Although a bit, you see, the blocks are not a full, right? Each tile here is taking 2 blocks, right? There are some weird things going on, but he described it that what called his attention up to this kind of mock-up possible game is that it's a semi-graphics game that the background is not black, and that hit me really weird because thinking about most of the semi-graphics game we see, they all have black backgrounds for the reasons the semi-graphics will work better with that, and this one doesn't. So that's a curiosity on the thing.
Yeah, so you're basically treating it like a 32 by 16 screen for the most part, except I guess half your blocks. But
and in this case here, it will be treated as 32 by 16. I'm hoping to have the ball going on 16 directions, right? If I can get that going, then it will be fun. I want the player to have control And the good thing is that since our joystick, talking about joysticks, since our joysticks can reach 64 position, we are only using 32, so it becomes kind of like it's just half of the range of 64. So every couple values will get you a position on screen. It should be well playable with the analog control. So that's what I'll be doing right now. Talking about controls, we have this marvelous joystick from
the Black Beauty, kind of. Oh yeah, the CP400 version of it.
Yes, it's the second one I acquired from Mauricio. That's pretty good stuff. Excellent.
Nice.
And I've got one bad news. Unfortunately, my CP400, which happens to be right here by my side, very portable, it's not turning on. So, but I'm not savvy enough, so I'll probably take it to Luciano here in town. And he's a wizard of this stuff. You know what's going on. I'm gonna open it up just so maybe it's something mechanical, right? Something plugged off or something that I can help.
With the big,
yeah. But that's a good thing. You guys remember that a long time ago I drew in 3D Color Computer 2 model. I made explode
exploded view of pieces and stuff. Yeah.
And I've done that with I've done that by pictures. Right, pictures I collected. I don't have a CoCo 3 or 2 around here, but since I'm gonna have to open this CP400, take a look inside. I think I'm gonna do that kind of graphics with this too, since it's right by my side and I can measure it, so I can do a 3D model with a higher precision. And that's it. I'll be coding the game, and let's see how it goes to the end of the show.
Cool. Thanks for the update. I'm going to be covering your FUED site there because you've also released a video for that game you were just finishing, which I'll be showing during the game audience.
All right. The site is not really complete yet. It's a lot of things are not working. Some of the others are. I got to change some stuff. But by the end of the month, it should be all fine.
Hey, cool. Thanks.
All right. Do I stop share?
Yeah.
There you go.
And I need to stop the pin.
Is it
and Nick, you don't have anything to present today since you joined the show later on too?
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Eric,
All right.
Is it warm there today?
What?
Is it warm there today?
Oh, I live in a tropical island.
Oh, okay.
It's warm every day.
Every day.
Yeah. It's not like the north of Brazil where you get 40 degrees every single day of the year.
Oh,
here we get the seasons. It gets cold, but it never gets like to freezing. Cold is like,
what? 47?
9 Celsius, 10 Celsius,
okay.
deep in the winter. But
yeah, so it's about 50 Fahrenheit, and the 40 you were talking about, so 104 Fahrenheit. So
currently we are jumping from summer to the next season, and it's gonna be hot for like to maybe this year is gonna be special. The heat's gonna take longer to go away, so probably by May we'll still be going to the beach and something like that. It's today is very pleasurable. It's pretty good.
The fall's coming.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into commercials, and then we'll go into the game on.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donnie, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederic Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jeffrey Drywater, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Michael Hill, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Gore, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CocoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hi, this is Mikey N6IL, and you're watching the CocoNation, the nation's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
The CocoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters: Poison Tech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederic Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CocoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Fury. We had a total of 14 players. We had Rich N with 10,800, Just Mike 13,100, Coconut Bob 18,100, Marco 22,700.
Yay, I'm not the bottom.
Jim Rye 32,400. Sloopy Malibu, 33,100. Canadian Retro Things, 40,600. L. Curtis Boyle, 40,700. Ed Rhodes, 41,500. Richard G., 42,800. Mike Zweifel, 47,200. Shenley, 52,200. Tasman, 70,700. And this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 72,000. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CocoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute! Okay, so I found a few. There's actually lots of reviews of Fury, but I picked out 3 that really take the gambit of from good to bad. So, let's see here. And this first one is from Color Computer Magazine. And they're basically talking about saying that Fury has good graphics and sound to move it ahead of the rest of the games that are like it. It's one of the best games this author has seen. The best feature in the game is the sound. Don't turn the volume up too high or it'll sound fuzzy and you won't be able to understand the speech, but it does have the speech, as we all know from listening to it, and it has outstanding graphics. So this reviewer, even though it's a short little review, really liked the game. Move over to Rainbow and talks about how it has some extremely good graphics, but the sound effects could use improvement. The game is fast-paced, colorful, and responds rapidly to the joystick. A very good flickerless illusion of movement on the part of the game. There's enough enemy aircraft in the sky at all times to keep you busy firing and dodging the mines. The weakest point in this game is the sound effects. It has talking capabilities, and novelty and cuteness of the speech synthesis quickly wears thin. It's wonderful that people are gifted enough to program the speaking ability on the Coco, but he believes the speech generated should contribute to the quality of the game and not distract from the playability. The firing sound effects are done nicely, but when your ship is destroyed, all you get is a weak-sounding, ineffective, low-volume sound distortion. He would prefer to see the memory space allocated to the speech devoted to giving the game multiple skill levels. The game starts at quite a difficult level for younger children. If you appreciate good, smooth graphics and don't mind a rather irritating voice reminding you it's your turn, then I can recommend Fury. Now, when you move over to the International Color Computer Club magazine, they talk about the graphics are good, enemy aircraft have decent detail. Taken on a whole, the game has little to offer. The big pitch is the computer talks. The speech is not as good as Radio Shack's ski program. The speech is more of a hindrance than a help. Speech is not bad for a first effort. Saying that the author was doing the speech, the author wasn't that bad at doing it for a first effort. The play of the game itself is a little disappointing. There are several other games on the market that are about the same thing. This one has nothing new to offer except for the talking. I really have very little use for run-of-the-mill target practice games. If you have a game like this already, you will not find this different enough to warrant a purchase. So this author didn't particularly like this game. And that's all I have for reviews.
Wow.
But I do have to agree that the speech definitely got irritating after a while.
Yeah, a hotkey to turn it off after you've kind of gotten over the novelty of it would have been nice.
Yeah.
Although I guess you could just play the 16K version, which I don't think is on the archive, but that doesn't have speech.
It is under the tapes. You can
it is on the tape
download
section?
it on tapes. It does. I don't think there's a disc version of the 16K though.
No.
Which technically you could put the 16K one right on the same disc as this one, and
yeah,
and
just
you
make
could
that little
choose.
autoloader we used on the Inafuto games to let it run on a disk system.
Yeah. So, yeah, quite a difference of opinions there. It goes from one of the best games the guy's ever seen to the other to another author saying it's completely useless. Don't buy it if you own any other games like it.
Yeah. I have to agree with some of the points going across. Like the speech does get irritating after a while, though it's kind of cool the first few times, especially back in '83 when it came out, because there wasn't too many talking games at that point. It didn't fully embrace Time Pilot because, of course, it doesn't have going between time periods and different bosses and stuff. The mines you get irritating. I mean, once you play it a while, you can kind of figure out that if a mine's coming at it from a certain direction, there's one direction you can go that you'll completely outpace it and run away from it.
Yeah.
But once you get 2 or 3 of them on the screen at once, well, then you got to kind of like play dodgeball, and sometimes that's too difficult, I figure.
It's hard, but it's a fast-paced game, so.
Yeah. I do like the parallax effect of the clouds. That was well done.
That was well done, but I do actually have to say that one of the things I liked the most about this game is how fast-paced it is.
Yeah, there's a lot moving on the screen at once, and it it keeps up.
It's actually very impressive with the number of stuff he fits on the screen. Not only moving enemies, shots, different moving enemies, but also the parallaxing of the clouds at the same time. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it was one of the earliest CoCo titles, I think, that Computer Shack, later Mitch Tron, actually published for the CoCo. So it's not the first one, I don't believe. I think there's a couple before it, but it was an early one. It came out before Time Bandit, I'm pretty sure, and some of the other big name games they brought out. So it was quite a nice jump, I think. The other Time Patrol games that we've tried, or clones that we've tried before, what was the one by Mark Lustig? Can't remember, but we played it not too long ago. But it's,
I think. Isn't it Time Pilot or something like that?
No, it's Time Patrol or something, I think.
Or Time Patrol?
Something like that. I can't remember the exact name, but it's not as good as this one as far as the Time Pilot clone. The only one I've seen that's better than this for play is a much, much later one that Stuart Orchard did originally for the Dragon and the CoCo required 64K called Return of the Beast, which has got some of the best music sound effects on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon game I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very smooth, but he never quite completed it to his satisfaction. I mean, the game's fully playable, but he wanted to do more and never managed to complete all that. So
I think actually with this game, rather than just increasing the number of mines and stuff on it, if you had done something like just a cutscene of like your ship looking like it went through time, and then on the next level there being
different shapes to combat, maybe
not just different shapes, but then
Yeah.
maybe add in like a second mine and then a third mine as the levels go up. Like
Yeah,
make a
increase,
distinct level.
Increase the difficulty of the enemies too. Like it's basically you're stuck with the helicopters and the standard stuff there, whereas the original Time Pilot, one of its things was you started with biplanes, so they're slow and kind of crappy at shooting you down. Then you go to like World War II and you get more advanced fighters, and you get jet fighters, and you get UFOs. Like that was the whole point of Time Pilot, was that you would be going further in the future, and they're getting more and more advanced, so it's more difficult for the player.
And more difficult.
Yeah. But all in all, I mean, certainly it's a fast-paced game. It's a pretty decent game, I would say. I mean, it's not something I'm going to put on like one of the best games on the Coco, but
yeah, it's a decent one, especially for its time period. It was quite good. It was funny reading some of the comments in the Discord though, because some people really don't like it.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it does. That's one thing I definitely have to agree with the author on, is that thing ramps up so quickly for the difficulty.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as I was saying last week, probably the best tip and trick for the game is at the very beginning, avoid shooting any of the higher point things and just keep shooting planes down, so you get a couple of free men before the first mine comes out.
Yeah, one mine is pretty easy once you learn how the directions really affect whether you can get caught. It's when you start getting 2 or 3, it starts getting quite difficult.
But even, like, it's possible, like, because if you actually only shoot the planes, you get 2 free men, and then you're halfway to another free man. So if you, and avoiding the single mine is not that hard, you can easily get a third free man there.
Yeah, and then you can concentrate on the big point items, like the balloons, stuff that are 2,000.
Although I have to say, I don't know how, like, Dr. Ted and Tasman got up above 70,000. That would have been...
I think they're younger and they have better reflexes. That's my excuse.
Yeah, there you go. Well, actually, though, Dr. Ted's AI. We already know that,
right,
so...
Yeah, as far as tips and tricks, I mean, the one thing is the learning the mines. I think yours is probably a better one about just shoot the planes first so you can get your free men right off the bat.
Yeah.
But learning that the mines, like if you go in a certain diagonal direction, they'll catch you, and if you go in a different diagonal direction, you can outrun them.
Yeah.
And that's critical once you learn that. That makes a huge difference. Otherwise, you'll never really get past when the first mine comes out.
What?
Anybody else have any tips or tricks from playing it? Or
come on, I know you all love the game so much. Come on.
Dude, we've had much worse games than this. Ones are much worse.
There's praise.
Seriously.
This didn't suck as much as some of the others. Yeah, that thing.
Exactly.
Higher praise has never come from Marco.
I found it rewarding enough. I kept trying.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about the game. It is so fast paced that honestly, playing a game does not take that long. So.
One more.
You can definitely pick this up and play a few games, and you're not wasting hours.
Exile in Paradise goes, it's better than Predator.
Yeah, those stupid mines, they call them buzz bombs, they're always after you. So yeah, sometimes you do better getting away from them than others.
Well, I'd like to say to Exile in Paradise, if you can find a game on the Coco that's worse than Predator, I will choose that game. I want to see that game.
In other words, you're a glutton for punishment.
One that gives you minus scores, negative scores.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I thought it was a good game. I think the people that were complaining about the mines and stuff, I mean, it does get pretty difficult fast, but it's a fun, fast-paced game. So I would rate it, probably 6, 7 stars out of 10 if I had to rate. Maybe a bit higher at the time it came out, because at the time it came out, there wasn't too many trying to move that much stuff on the screen that quickly.
Yeah,
I think the most
pain in the kneecaps.
The mines are definitely a pain, but I think the most impressive thing about this game is just how much the author managed to do with it.
Especially how early it was. I mean, this would have been a great showpiece for the Coco back.
Yeah, this was early '83, if I remember when it came out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
we're talking arcade level.
This is no worse than a lot of the bullet hell games that you get nowadays.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that what happened to Ron Delvaux? He played this game too long and got pain in his kneecaps?
Ooh.
He got capped.
Well, if that's the case, we got to teach him how to use his hands to operate the joystick rather than his legs. Then it might improve. But yeah, I mean, for me, the most impressive was the amount of graphics he's pushing around. I mean, it's not smooth scrolling or anything, but it's still a lot of stuff moved around. The speech, I think at the time, there was a couple games that had speech. Sea Dragon came out pretty close to the same time, with Welcome Aboard Captain. Of course, Skiing, I think that's the first one because that came out in 81, I think, early 81, if I remember.
I still say that Dino Wars can be considered having speech.
Yeah, technically, because it was Robert's wife that did a lot of the roaring effects. So
yeah,
yeah, digitized Rora's speech.
It was made by a human, so it's speech.
Yeah. And the fact we had a 6-bit DAC actually made it a bit easier to do speech on a CoCo than say something like the original Spectrum or an Apple II, which with 1-bit you can do speech, but it's pretty bad.
It's bad. I remember a couple of games on the Apple that had speech that as a kid I thought it was super impressive, but
right.
Yeah, I think the best speech on a CoCo game, I'm trying to think, probably Photon.
Yes.
Prepare to die. That kind of stuff is awesome.
Photon has great graphics too. The color.
Oh yeah, that's a game that, especially later levels, you're pushing a lot of
the best speech in any CoCo game is 0 Hour.
Yeah, the one that requires a 6309.
I like Sinistar.
But come on,
yeah, Sinistar's got some pretty good speech.
It's got David Ladd in it. It's
yeah.
Can you really do better speech on a CoCo than David Ladd?
We need to embed his voice in Predator because that's his favorite game. Yeah, the CoCo 3, I mean, double speed definitely helped, and the gimme timer that you can actually use with the FIRQ to program when you're sending samples means you can actually get some really good speech in the background while the graphics are still moving, so that's good stuff. But on the CoCo 1 and 2, that's a hell of a lot more difficult.
Okay, so how was the game on Challenge Live?
We haven't talked about Caterpillar Attack yet.
Yes, game number 2 for the week was...
It's a strange person that just came in.
That's the very quiet Sloopy Malibu. We might even call him Sleepy Malibu right now.
Sleepy Malibu.
Stealthy Malibu.
He doesn't have much to say because usually he spends most of this portion of the show giving me crap for not showing up in the game on Challenge, and I fooled him. I actually came on this time. So
what do you mean?
We can't do that.
Up? I've been here for over an hour.
As far as you know.
Yeah, I've been here since about 20 minutes after the show started.
You were late.
Right? Yeah, well, it's better late than pregnant.
Anyway, with Caterpillar
back
Attack.
to CoCo here.
Caterpillar Attack is another fast-paced game for the CoCo.
Yes, it is.
that thing
no
flies.
Complaints there. No complaints there.
This is definitely another game where I think it would help if we had a slowdown poke.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. And I think the sequel, Caterpillar Attack 2, which Tom did with P-Mode 3 or 4 graphics later, didn't really change the gameplay too much from what I remember. I don't know if anybody was playing that as an alternative or if it's even on the archive, actually. But there is a Caterpillar Attack 2 with revised
it is on the
graphics.
Archive.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a Centipede-style game, so, I mean, what else is there to say?
And one of the earliest ones on the CoCo, I think, if not the earliest one, so that it has a bit of a special spot.
The most difficult thing about this game is that you can only move one line up or down on the bottom, so it is pretty impressive to be able to avoid a caterpillar piece that's when it's down right at the bottom.
One.
I know, Mark, you were quite happy with yourself for avoiding it for a while.
Oh yeah, there's 3 or 4 times. I'm jumping back and forth till I finally got it.
And it's hard to actually shoot that thing when it's down there.
It is.
So.
You kept having to lead it.
And one point mentioned by Sixie in the chat here, and this is true, I heard a few people complaining about this. If you're trying to run it from FujiNet, the DriveWire driver in FujiNet enables double speed by default.
Ludicrous speed.
So basically, it would load the program in, but have it already kicked in at 2 megahertz. So you're playing double speed right off the bat, unless you've like loaded it and then manually poked it back down.
Oh, okay.
So then, if you poke it from there, do you get plaid?
But I didn't see anybody trying it on triple speed with a Gimme X or Gimme Z, so I'd be curious to see how it plays then, because it's definitely not frame locked.
Well, that'll be next week. I'll jump up the megahertz in the emulator just to see how fast I can get it and still have it playable.
Yeah. No, it's a good Centipede clone. It's got some pretty decent sound effects, like a gunshot style thing. It's 16K, so it didn't take much RAM. Came out mid 82, so we're talking a year before Fury did. And the moving vertically is one thing that's a little bit bad compared to the original, and the other thing, it's missing the Scorpion, which a lot of the Centipede early clones, I think, were missing that. Kind of like Donkey Kong clones were missing, all 4 screens back in the day.
But I mean,
home computers.
It's got the flea, it's got the spider, so
yeah,
and it's definitely got the centipede.
It is kind of tile based. That's the one thing which was a little bit improved on it. Could have been a bit smoother, like some of the other versions we have.
I didn't find it.
That wasn't bad though. No.
Bad? No. I mean, it's quite an enjoyable version of Centipede, and again, it's one that it really does not take long to play a game. So
yeah, and it's one of Tom Mix's very first arcade games that I think actually put their name on the map as far as arcade games. Before that, they were selling like educational titles, and I think the Dancing Devil program was out just before then by the same author who did Donkey King later on. But other than that, I think maybe had a Lunar Lander in Basic or a couple games like that. Like this was the first real breakthrough machine language game for Tom Mix, which of course within a year was ultra famous for Donkey King and a whole bunch of games that came out afterwards.
It was So I don't know if you really have any tips or tricks for this game. I think Mark B, you managed to find a spot on the screen during one of the games that was just that perfect spot to just sit and shoot.
Yeah, so it looks like there was different screen runs. So
yeah, well, the mushrooms are in different places whenever you start it up. I think that's more randomly drawn. So
yeah, no, I mean, I would see things like certain patterns. Like there was a couple times I played, the spider would drop down in the same places.
Mm-hmm.
It was like twice I came across this certain pattern, and yeah, it turned into a nice sweet spot to stay there in the middle and shoot everything. Whereas other times I ran the game, that sweet spot wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, I found that I could find kind of sweet spots, but it would change from game to game, so you just had to figure out where it was.
Yeah, and it was there were times where it was really easy to shoot shoot everything, and other times a spider would just get you every time you turn around.
Yep.
Yeah, the only way to really avoid the spider is try to stick to the middle of the screen if you can, to give yourself some time to react and move away from it or jump under it or whatever.
All right, well, if nobody has anything else to say about Katerpillar Attack, I guess we will take a look at the live Game On Challenge show that we had a special guest on. We are quite excited. It's somebody that I'm not sure we've had on the Game On Challenge before.
Who might that be, pray tell?
Nick.
Let me see where. I know I have it here somewhere.
That beautiful footage.
Where the heck? I would love to play it. I just can't find it on my screen.
It's gone. It never happened. No pics. Didn't happen.
That's not it. That's not it. Ah, there it is. I have too many windows open. I can't find them. See, this is where the guy joined. It's this L. Curtis Boyle guy.
Oh, I've heard of him. He has a website, doesn't he?
He's like a sketch.
Yeah, someday I'll update that too.
So he joined us, and I think I figured it out. Whenever I play games that don't take a lot of commitment to play, they're just like really quick games, Curtis will show up.
I believe that's called casual gaming, yes.
Yes.
He doesn't have to waste more than 5 minutes a day on the game. He'll show up.
Oh, he's got a life, damn it.
Well, he's so good. Isn't 5 minutes all he needs to play a game to get a high score?
Yeah, well, usually it used to be that he just would play a game while he was eating his supper and blow everybody else's scores away.
Well, that's when I had the that's when I had the hardware to actually and working deluxe joysticks to work with now. Because I've busted most of them. I'm stuck using the emulator, so I used the keyboard to try to play Fury because it's really terrible with the mouse. And then Caterpillar Attack was actually pretty mouse friendly, so that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that's one thing. I've been playing Caterpillar Attack on the emulators with a mouse.
Yeah, but the vertical is kind of difficult because you have to move the mouse the equivalent of halfway up the screen to get that up tick type thing, which is much easier on an actual, say, Black Beauty or a Deluxe.
Well, that's one tip and trick that I started doing is I would actually move my guy up the level so that if a Caterpillar came down, then I could move below it and kind of keep the joystick up part of the screen. Because it first off got me a little bit closer to the top of the screen so I could fire just a little bit quicker. So I think you can only have one or two or three bullets on the screen at a time. Or maybe it's just one, I don't know. Anyway, Sloopy, would you like to talk about the Game On Challenge?
Sure, if you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Just tell me to shut up.
No, I would never do that. That would be rude. Yes, we played Fury and Caterpillar Attack. I think we had 6, maybe 7 players at total. Fun was had by all. Evidently, good games are chosen because everybody was playing them. Even Coconut Bob.
Ooh. I don't think Coconut Bob was there, was he?
I think he was there.
Was he?
Thought he was there.
Yeah, he might have been.
I did not make it last night.
Ah, see, I remember. Well, that's good because we didn't have a show last night.
Or Thursday night either. Yeah.
Whew, I thought I was really getting old here because I didn't think Bob was there, but apparently I was right. He wasn't.
Just all blurring together now.
You are old.
What? Who said that? Why is there a voice in my head?
Mm-hmm. But yes, we were having fun and enjoyed. And did we have 7 or only 6?
I think 6 was our maximum at one time.
Oh, okay. But everybody was playing the games, which was
good.
They're
all on topic. What's that all about?
We did have 7 because Wingnut was signed in there, but I don't think he ever actually played, was he?
He doesn't count.
Yeah, he doesn't count because he just signs in and then doesn't play.
Mm-hmm.
Or talk to us.
He signs in and puts something on the grill.
Right.
Yeah. Or fixes his car or something.
So like now. Signs in and goes away. Except
but one thing we should mention, if you're playing on Fujinet, definitely clock it down. I mean, some games are frame locked, so it doesn't really matter, but Caterpillar is definitely one. Yeah, you should clock it back down to regular speed.
So, you can join us Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, on the CoCo Discord.
Now, we should mention for us that do not change time zones. That will be changing for us as of next week, because I think the time zone changes tomorrow early in the morning, isn't it?
Morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
2:00 in the morning tonight.
So Ron and I have to worry about that, and starting from then on, Ken will worry about that too.
Yay!
Hopefully that starts a trend.
Exactly. Oh, I don't care.
No.
I'm not gonna be changing the clock anymore. I don't care about the rest of you guys.
Spread the word, boys and girls. We don't like it.
So yes, join us then. And Make sure you're there early so that you can hear Ken say,
wait, I don't say anything on this show.
What you do?
On this show. I'm supposed to announce the new game on this show, not on that show.
yes. I.e.
That
this
show was
section's
waffles
done.
and,
Now we're going to that section.
Oh,
Unexplained
okay.
context switch.
Yeah. System fault, basically.
Well, let's take a look at what the new game is then. Can anybody guess this one?
A brand new Inafudo game. I think.
Donkey Ghost?
Yes. This is a really confusing game. It took me a while to figure out what the heck I was doing on this game.
This is a Coco 3 version.
Didn't we play this before?
Nope.
No.
It uses the same ghost characters and people characters.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, same sprites. Okay.
The really weird thing about this is you can see where the character is sitting there underneath the ladder. I can't climb up that ladder. If I want to go up that ladder, then by using I was playing on keyboard, so the space bar, you shift the level that you're on over. So you got to shift that ladder over so it meets up with the other one. Then you can go up the ladder. And then when you get to the next level, you have to shift things over so you can go up the next ladder. So you're actually moving the level that you're on the screen over so that you can go places.
To line up.
Yeah, and then you collect those flags.
This might be worth showing a video of gameplay because that's kind of hard to explain properly.
So the bad guys and stuff move as you move the ladders and everything.
Well, there's just the bad guy.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, it all shifts when you shift.
So you have to build the ladders.
I don't actually have anything.
Yeah, it sounds like the little ladder section in the middle you have to push over.
So I'm saying you might want to skip the first matchup because that would put the bombs or something in the wrong place, and you might want to go more. How does this go? Explain it, please.
I can bring it up, Ken, if you want.
Yeah, if you want to bring that up, and then you can share your screen and show some gameplay from this. But
yeah, I'm just waiting for it to load. So amble on for a bit.
I will just show you what the title.
We were trying, but ran out of words. Sorry.
So the game is called Aw Ass.
Oh, ass?
Is that like Elmer Fudd saying "all ass"? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh ass. Oh ass. Awas. Awas. Awas.
And we should mention there's a Coco 1 and 2 specific version of it. There's a Coco 3 specific version of it, and there's an MC10 version of it.
And you can play any of them.
Actually, there's about 70 other platforms it's on too, but
yeah.
All right, and Pluto.
So if you want to actually load up any of the other versions to show off on the Game On Challenge Live, you can. Just don't submit scores from them.
Multiple platforms. Nobody knows how to pronounce it.
Play it on my Crememco. All right.
Where can you get that game?
It's on the archive.
Yeah, it's also been posted in the Game On
brand new.
Challenge channel, or the general game channel on Discord.
I couldn't find it on there.
It would have been several weeks ago, like 3-4 weeks
Yeah, I know.
ago, maybe.
But was it you that posted it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I looked and I could not find. I even searched your name on there and I couldn't find it anywhere.
Must have got removed for some reason. I just took a look at the Inafudo site though. There's 118 ports of this game, so there's lots of platforms you can play it on.
There's a platform for everybody.
I didn't check. There might even be like there's Apple II version stuff, obviously, but there might even be like a TRS-80 Model 1.3 version for those Tandy fans here that have all the TRS-80s. Let's see if I can get it here.
Okay, I've actually got it here. I'll share the screen, Curtis.
Oh, you got it? Okay, I just finally loaded up here, so but you can go ahead.
Is that coming through?
Yeah.
Yep.
Glass.
Oh, there's a flag there now.
So you got to collect the flags.
In order, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Oh, it gives you a clue which flag to go next.
Oh. Okay, that's different.
Yeah, so you could do that, and then, yeah.
And you could fall a ways without dying.
Yeah, and you can't shift like infinitely, or can you? I can't even remember now.
I just found that every time I hit the button, it just would shift over one. So
you're pressing the joystick button to shift it?
Yeah. Well, I was playing on
You're done
keyboard,
now.
but so as you can see, yeah, you just got to shift the screen over to.
Yeah, it doesn't just shift the ladders; it shifts the whole platform over. So.
Yeah, the entire platform shifts over. One.
It's kind of a unique game mechanic I have not really seen before.
Yeah.
At least not very often.
So this will be interesting to try. But yeah, it got uploaded to the archive about a week ago, so it's brand
It's
new.
available.
It's
available to download.
Yeah, so I the disc version I put on the archive there is the one that has the little autoloader you can pick whether you want to play the Coco 1, 2, or the 3 version. I think Goem usually likes to split those up into, like, here's a Coco 3 version, here's a Coco 1, 2 version. I don't know if he did that in this case or if he left it
He
as
did.
He did.
I downloaded the Coco 3 version. It only had the Coco 3.
Okay, so the one I'd put up on the game, the general game channel, should be the one where you have a menu and you can pick which version you want to play. So if you want to play the Coco 1 version on a Coco 3, you can.
Nice.
And the MC10 one, of course, you can just grab off. It's a cassette file, so you can put an emulator or translate it to a real cassette if you want to play it on a real MC10 or else.
Is there a TI calculator version? There might be. He does make some of these.
Well, you said there's 118 different ports there, so have at it.
Right.
There might be a model. He does do the model 100 too. So.
Yeah. There's like orcs and all kinds of obscure machines on there. So.
I'm just TI 99. Let's see.
You can just search for TRS-80 or whatever you're looking for there.
There is a TI-83 plus binary.
Yeah,
there's
there
an
we go.
FM16 Pi, which is a little portable calculator type thing. PC 8201, TRS-80 Model 100 has it. The Tandy 200, the Model 200 has it. FP 200, HC 40, JR 800. Texas Instrument TI 83 plus. There is a version.
Sweet.
Second here, I will share this.
Oh, show what it looks like. I'd like to see that. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There it is. Your graphing calculator graphing its butt off.
How about the TI-89?
The 83 Plus did everything. Yeah, we don't know about the other ones.
Let's see,
Also,
just a second.
look at the FX
Oh, man, wait.
870p.
I think he's trying to isolate the YouTube video version of it instead of the.
There's a Tiger.
Vic 20, how bad does the VIC 20 version look?
Yeah, not bad actually. The VIC 20 ones look pretty good on the that he does for these. Oh, there's a TRS-80 Model 1 version.
Check out the FX 870p.
I don't have. Oh, there we go.
It's number 116.
Should be right near the end then.
Yeah. Okay. Second, I will share that.
Oh, wow.
Well, that shrunk.
That's on a Casio Super College personal computer.
It's only got a 4-line display.
No joke. That's impressive.
I mean, this guy is porting these games to everything.
Yeah. And he goes back to, like, if he adds some new platforms, he'll go back and recompile the old games. So, like, when we first started releasing the NFC games, there's like 50, 60 platforms. And now there's like 120 or whatever. So if you've missed them on some obscure platform you've got, go back and recheck it now. And you might actually have versions of all 15 or whatever he's got out now.
What the heck is this thing?
Oh, wow. HC20 also.
Maybe
Like
somebody
half
can
of
speak
these
Japanese, contact the author. I'd love to.
Yeah, I mean,
interview
half
him
of
at
these
some
things
point.
I have never heard of, so.
Great.
And some of them have like sprite chips and some of them have sound chips. So you'll get some
Oh
with
my
like
God.
background music.
He's ported it to the Mega Duck.
Oh, play that one. We got to see that one. Aaron, if you're watching, this is your favorite.
Okay, let's see here. Share.
Actually, that doesn't look bad. It looks like a Game Boy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, smooth
Square screen?
sprites and the whole bit.
Wow.
So Ellen's right. Doesn't run Doom, who cares? Doesn't run Infuto. That's what counts.
Actually, the Mega
That's pretty
Duck looks
impressive
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It runs Infuto nicely.
It's like smooth sprites too. It's not like the tile based like the Coco versions do or some of the other ones.
So, I would say if he has ported all of his games to the Mega Duck, that means that it's probably doubled the Mega Duck's catalog of games.
There you go.
Entirely possible.
Tripled the titles, yeah.
Now it's a real platform.
Okay, we should definitely send that to Aaron, though. That video.
Yeah. Plus, how can you go wrong with a video game platform called the Mega Duck?
Exactly.
Right.
That's like a Howard the Duck thing, maybe, or something.
Yeah, better than Howard. Yeah.
So yeah, that game's on for the next 2 weeks, and it's available on the MC10, the Coco 1, 2, and the Coco 3 versions, and 117 other platforms if you want to try them out.
Or Model 100, the Tandy 200, the Model 1. The Atari
little
Lynx.
pocket computers, yeah.
You could play it on an Atari Lynx.
Nick, what was that obscure Australian computer that you did a port of Donut Dilemma to?
The Wizard or whatever it was called?
I'm trying to remember what it's called. Micro something or other, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is it a micro mic?
Micro-B. Micro-B. Micro-B sounds right.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a version of that. Then he's got some competition.
Seen it. Oh, there you go, Marco. They have the Apple II version here.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Have you actually tried any Infuto games on the Apple II there, Mark? And what's your opinion
No,
of those?
they'd have to load through cassette. I haven't bothered to futz around with that. So.
Yeah, that's one thing. All the Coco versions are set up for the cassette too.
Yeah, I think they are. Maybe they're. I don't know.
I think he's only set for composite on a Coco 3. I don't think he does RGB specifically.
If you are going to play on an MC10, you do need the 16K expansion pack.
Yes. Yeah, just to fit the graphic screen. Or the 128K or 32K upgrades that are probably more common these days to find. Yeah.
Anyway, so that's that for that. So shall we move on to some snoozy doozy?
Yeah, some Game On news. I see Brian Sherbrink's playing it on, what the heck is an N9 NAS?
That's my call sign. November 9, November Alpha Zulu.
Okay, that's like ham
I'm not
radio
a
stuff.
zero.
All right, get your QSL to there.
Hey, do you want me to just go straight into Game On news? I don't have a heck of a lot. Eric was actually here to talk about one of them, so.
Let's see. All right, let me hit the button.
Hey, so first up, and Eric kind of showed it off here earlier when he was showing his new site, which is still a work in progress, of course, but he's actually got a nice long video playing White Rock Ingots. And this is a game I think you just finished recently, Eric, was that correct?
Probably sleeping like me.
Yeah, I think he's busy programming his game he wants to get done here, and I'm interfering.
Sorry, no, I was actually clicking the buttons here to allow audio and video. Can you guys listen to me?
Yep.
I'm on open. All right.
We'd rather listen to you, actually, yes.
Actually, I'll turn the game volume down here so we can hear you, but this is one of the ones that Eric was done where he's using like semi-graphics for like your set reset graphic stuff, but he does amazing animations with them. And of course, this gives you like a full set of 9 colors or a little bit more if you get fancy, and with a black background. So Nick likes it.
Yep.
He's actually got animations like you can see here on the screen right now, like, you know, walking and jumping and crawling up walls and, you know, using basically like 2x4 graphics characters. Like, it's amazing that he's getting that kind of stuff out of it. So what's the object of this game here, Erico?
The thing is, this was supposed to be an engine or a workflow on creating platform games, right? In a very simple fashion, so that you can take from this sort of engine little workflow, and then you create your own. So while I was developing this this code, I got to the point that I thought, well, I gotta give this a try, right? To see if it works. So I decided to take that little engine on platform and add a little bit of stuff to take it to some direction. And I thought, well, maybe a Prince of Persia flashback, another word kind of thing would be nice. It's just about moving around the room. We can have a bigger area than those games, right? Those games are usually split into 3 parts. Here we have like 1, 2, 3, 4. We have many parts. We have more world to traverse, more maze. So that was the idea. So I thought I'm gonna kind of like copy the movements of Prince of Persia and do little animations and make the guy go around in a very simple form of game. It's just to collect them up. See this click sound, and you see those blocks over there. Those are the old versions, the yellow blocks. They're the goals you have to collect. There's supposed to be 7 goals split around. So you have to collect them and get off the maze, get back to the entrance.
And don't fall in lava pits and stuff.
Yeah, and don't fall from too high. You can fall from like the same height you have. You can fall a little bit over that, and you lose energy. Getting a piece of gold will give energy back to you too. It's just a very simple gameplay. It's actually just a proof of concept of what could be done with such a thing. And don't forget, this kind of stuff here comes because of that routine Alan Murphy did to be able to print in a single print statement, to be able to put blocks up and down.
Yeah, we should mention this. They wrote in UG Basic, Micro Games Basic. So this is a cross compiler, or no?
No, this is pure basic. Oh, wow, let me show you.
Oh, so it's like extended basic just by itself?
Oh, you're sharing.
Oh, I can stop sharing for that. Yeah, here, I'll let you share. Go ahead.
All right. Can you guys see it? Or no? Oh, wait. Share. Screen 2. There's the stuff about sound, right? Yeah, share sound. Don't we have like forever share sound?
No, it shuts it off by default every time.
All right. Let me. It's a little bit messy here. In fact, this game is right here. Right? Can you guys see it?
Oh yeah. No, I thought it was just regular, or I thought it was Micro Games Basic because that's what you did sort of CoCo.
Oh no, this one is pure this extended color basic with a little machine language from Alan Murphy. If this gets done in UG Basic, then well, we can have like scrolls and scrolling play. It's UG Basic is really fast in comparison. But this one though, this is pure basic. So here you see the compacted version I intend to release. It's already renumbered. It's not fully optimized, but it's enough to the point. It's actually too fast to play, tell you the truth. It has
That's something you don't hear from a basic game every day.
Yes, I tell you, last time I tested this version on the CP400, I couldn't handle the guy. So I had to get back to the code to fine-tune the joystick positions, right? Or maybe increase a little bit more on the delay, on the general delay. There is already a huge delay going on. The thing is lightning fast. So if I would do this game in UG Basic, it would be something different. I will in near future port the platform engine, the platform pipeline. Here, let me get to these ingots here. This one here is actually the readable one, right? With the instructions. And it's a little bit, I use this Pulsar IDE to do color computer stuff because there's this dude who made a model for it that paints color basic, as you can see here.
Yeah, it highlights keywords in a certain color and variables in another color, etc.
If I'm gonna get to say extra, I can get it right from here. Let me show you guys how the thing is going. See?
Well, this is one you've been working on since we started the show?
Yeah, just have to I just did the joystick thing so that it works nice. So I just have to clean up some of those noises and go on. But from this point here, I can say hardware machine. That's this one here. I'll take this control. Sorry, out of scaling. If I get this code here, the compacted code, this one here. Right? 280 lines, that's not much. Copy everything, and then paste everything here a very speedy way. Make this a little bit bigger, all right? There we go. Turn off the the speed boost. So this is the latest version. There's I'm not using the high speed poke. I'm activating the high speed poke when I need to draw. Oops, sorry. Is it too loud?
That's a bit loud.
I think that's going to be extremely wild. Hang on a second. No, I think I got X4 here. I should do it. And whenever the game has to draw the background, it takes a lot of time to do a shuffling through arrays and block in each block. Right, so if I'm gonna start the game here. So Legend spoke of 7-body ingots, so you have to go look for this gold inside the cave. You move your character pushing left and right. You can automatically climb, right, these little pieces. By pushing up, you do an up jump, right? You won't grab the ledge here. You have to jump and press button. So you hold it.
Oh.
You release button, you drop it, right?
Okay.
And if you actually grab it and you push up again while holding, you climb the thing, right? You can drop and hold yourself too if you're fast on the fire button. If you fall from this height, you're gonna hurt yourself. See?
So you're modeling
sorry?
So you're modeling a middle-aged individual such as ourselves.
Yeah, but it's a pretty high
a little thick in the middle, you know, as you're climbing up the wall, you can see, you know, I'm not as thin as I once was. But
oh, in fact, if it was myself, I would probably break myself half this height. This kind here, you will automatically fall and you will not lose energy. And when you perform an up jump here, you automatically climb, right? Nice. Only on those circumstances. Okay. And when you while you're walking, not holding, you can't hold on this kind of ledge here, right? Only on this the higher ones. If you press the button and push forward, you're gonna perform a jump where you can grab on walls, right? Right, and then you can climb and you go around traversing the maze. Sometimes it's a little bit how exactly. You don't really know how exactly you get to some place without without losing some energy. So you have to keep an eye on heights and everything. See, it takes a little while to load the next screen, and I'm using the fast speed poke when processing. There is really like a complex thing here to make it acceptable. See those yellow things? Those are the codes. Here's one. Gives you energy back. This is not good. No good. So see, this is the you have to try to figure out how to manage the maze. So at the end of the thing, it's a simple game. And a proof of I didn't have energy.
Yeah, simple game, right?
Eric, I've got a notice here for Exile in Paradise. I guess the Zoom prompt is showing up on the stream over top the game. We're not seeing it here on Zoom ourselves, but we are seeing it on the stream going out.
This one here?
Yeah, allow, decline.
Yeah, if you can just close that in some way, or at least move it off.
Oh,
Is it off now?
Or is that you, Mark?
Yeah, I got rid of it. I think it was a prompt on my Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah, it was something on my side. It just went away. So
no, it wasn't your fault. So yeah.
So that's the game or the proof of concept that from a basic kind of platform structure you can get to different directions of games. This is one of them. Now this can be improved. These maps were made. Let me get the project place here. You'll probably see some more. Hang on a second. It's on the downline. Yeah. So here on the docks, you have some of the. Oh, for example, the stages I created with this tool here, which is a map creation tool, right? LDK, something like that. So the idea is that from this game you guys just saw it, you can use this file here from this map making thing to create your own stages or do whatever you prefer. I think there is a GIF here, right? You can also create those stages by hand. It's like I have like a 2x2 blocks. Oh, I guess you guys can see it here, right? So it's just I've got a little bit excited on the idea of doing a platform like that. I kept the idea simple, just pick up a few golds, and there is a hidden secret in this game that you have to find. I won't tell you. But at the end of the day, it's just a proof of concept of something that could be truly extended. I don't have the numbers right now. I can probably get to you guys here from X4. If I'm not sure how much, I'm using quite there is 8K left, but I think there is more. I can get to something by 10K, so there is, and you can use the upper memory, the upper 32K, if you run this kind of stuff in, say, Team Linear's Squanchy Basic, that you can use 64K. So this kind of idea can be truly expanded. It's just a proof of concept kind of game. That's it.
Okay, cool.
All right. Hope I got that answered.
So yeah, as he showed before here, you've got the actual site, and this is a work in progress. But you got a couple of Coco things up in here that you mentioned here, Cocan, Savage Sword of Cocan, and White Rock Ingots are both there, and of course they both have your famous low-res animations, as you can see here from the animated GIF. You can see this, the health bars are going in real time, and there's even like that sparks and stuff from the swords hitting and stuff. It's not just clanging away; you're actually getting the animations of the hits and stuff. So, very, very impressive stuff. Oops.
You can click on the text below it, and it will open a page where you have a gameplay YouTube video. It's not yet truly complete, and I have to mess with a lot of things, but essentially it's a model. Oh, you remember that, right? It's the trailer. Oh, don't worry, music is allowed to play.
No, I'm just turning it down so we can hear each other talk.
Right.
Now, this one you did do with Microgames Basic because it has scrolling and stuff, correct?
Yes, that's UG Basic. In fact, this trailer you guys are seeing, it's not coded. I made through animation, right? The game itself doesn't have this intro animation. Somebody warned me about this kind of stuff, but UG Basic is perfectly capable of doing this exact animation. I hope to improve CoCon in the near future, right?
Yeah, because I mean, you could even
And
make a loader program that you can optionally like watch that whole animated intro and have it, play before it runs the actual game.
But the thing is that those graphics are already loaded into the game because of the title screens and everything. And because what goes behind the guy are the backgrounds from the game, the 5 locations. So since I already have that in memory, just animating that just like this introduction is a matter of a few comments. It's not hard. Just glue the pieces together, push them left, and alternate with the face of the warrior. And so it's pretty simple to put it there. What I need to add to this game, amongst other things, is sound, right? UG Basic can play sound effects and music all together in so many different ways that this one game lacks that. Tell you the truth, when I did this game, I didn't have time to properly study UG Basic and read about everything and try something, right? I just have a limited amount of time that it's either I would try to do something with what I know, or I wouldn't have time to do it, not to research. So the code itself is very close to the kind of stuff I have on Disk Extended Color Basic. I just, since the semi-graphics works by poking, I simply copied the way I do fight games on Disk Extended Color Basic to UG Basic, right? This is very far from being the correct way of doing it, right? In UG Basic, we can store the graphics in a much more optimized way, right? In little arrays, instead of having to poke or execute a blit command every cycle or a bunch of them. So it's, how can I say, it's brute force getting Disk Extended Color Basic techniques into UG Basic. That's what you have here. If this program, this takes about like 47K, right? And you don't see 47K of content. It's, I'm wasting a lot of resources by not actually working with the modern basic that UG Basic is. And I need to write this in the fashion I write GL Basic games, which is the modern basic. And the thing will probably take, what, 10K or even less. I can add other players, music, and all that. I'll be looking into this game in the near future.
Yeah, it's like we haven't had too many people doing too much with UG Basic so far, or even Glenn Hewlett's Basic to 6 on Compile, which I don't know if you've looked at or not too. It's meant for the Coco only, and it's very optimized for the Coco specifically, whereas this one makes it easier to cross-port between different platforms that UG Basic supports.
Yes, those tools are very different. You might even add MPHD to the whole thing, since the script language in MPHD is a very simplified basic. The way I see it is that if you are looking into basic to 6809 is extremely powerful, and it's compatible with the legacy basic we have, right? So you can get a basic program and immediately put it there and get to the results, and you go on from there, and you have extra commands and extra things you can evolve. UG Basic, other than being a multi-platform, is a modern basic. It doesn't have it's not like you're gonna copy Disk Extended Color Basic to UG Basic.
Yeah, you have to rewrite it basically for the new syntax.
Yeah, you have to change a few things here and there, while in Basic to 6809 is a direct thing. So these are kind of like different environments, one would say. They are both excellent. We are very well served of game making tools nowadays, and things like having graphics and sound all together that always seemed like something you would need to be working on a low-level language. No, we can do it from the basic, from the comfort of basic, I'd say. We're in good times.
Yeah. We had some basic compilers back in the day, but they weren't as extravagant or as full-featured as either of these, honestly. They did help,
nothing like this. We can load a modern PNGs, right? And the thing will do conversions and all that. It really makes it very easy to work with. I tried some of the old-time compilers. I swear I never could make any of them work properly in any way.
Yeah, and then there's one other one. There's Graphic Express, which actually some people have used for doing some stuff. Jim Mullis was using it for his superhero adventure game, and Paul Thayer was originally using it for one of his games. But it's very memory restricted because basically it's CoCo 3 only, first of all. But the routines and stuff actually take a ton of room in your basic program itself, so that you've only got like maybe 20K, off the start, even less maybe. I can't remember. It's fairly limited. That was something they both hit, that they were just running out of RAM to try to do an extravagant game. It could handle the graphic engine and the sound engine and everything else was awesome, but it just took too much space out of basic when you're writing in basic.
Fuck it, you got into a good game. Boom, out of RAM.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. It even does like windowing with backgrounds and all kinds of stuff, but it's a bit memory hungry. It probably should have been designed in a slightly different way to give more room to your program as opposed to just trying to interface with basic kind of on top of it.
Needed OS 9.
One good thing about it is that it provides, it's an option, right? So it gets to people and it works. I've seen the works people, Jim, right? Jim Mills have been doing with that and it looks amazing. It's effective, right? And I never stumbled into that. We never had cocoa trees in Brazil in the first place, right? So that's one of the reasons I never stumbled into that. But it's an excellent. You don't have that for Coco 2, right?
No, there was just a couple of basic compilers from Surcomp and Wasatchware and a few others. Even some tiny compilers like Aardvark had one that did, I think, 20 basic statements or something like that. But yeah, it's nice having these full feature ones, and especially if you want to do cross-platform or one that's very finely tuned to the Coco where you're pushing it to the limit with, like Glenn's been adding like sprites. He's doing all the gimme modes that are not supported by basic. So you can actually get some different resolutions and stuff depending on what you're trying to do. But yeah, they're both pretty impressive. But I like the fact that you're actually using these and actually producing stuff with them so that people can see what these compilers are capable of doing. So if they want to make a Coco game, but try doing it in super extended basic and going, this is just too slow, or maybe it's too complicated to do it in Basic 09, which is a bit faster, but still not up to the speeds of these compilers.
What I can tell you guys is that.
So if you want to let us know when you get your website fully updated, there we'll definitely plug it on the show.
I'll let you know. One thing, I've been doing color computer games ever since the 80 days, mostly with text and everything. And truly, I am truly amazed by what UG Basic and Base 26809, what these tools can do. You guys really should try it. It's fantastic. I never thought this things could be possible back then. It's great.
Yeah.
I want you guys to know when the site's up and when things are evolving and how the game goes on today.
Yeah, but we got some more news to cover, so you got some time.
All right. It's more just 4 hours right now. Just the last 4 hours now. We're in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Just give us some time.
Yeah, we got some news to cover. You got some time.
Great.
Okay, next up for the Dragon people, What Host Snokers, which I think we have covered before, but it's probably been about a year or two, has done another Dragon-related game, and these are ones where he's taken them in from some of the books published back in the day. So these are basic games as well. And this one is called Mine Escape, and it was for the Dragon 32, originally written by Clive Gifford for a book called Games for Your Dragon. Now, one thing he's done a bit different here. I mean, he does his standard, a lot of humor. He's got his little Welsh interpretation here. But he also goes into the game, finds out there's a couple of bugs. So he fixes those and he starts adding in some new features. And one of the cool things he did is he took a routine that was in an 85 issue, I think, of Dragon User Magazine that actually gave you some assembly language little sound routines that didn't take up much RAM to do like explosions and gunshots and stuff. And he actually added some of those back into this game. So this little basic beeps and boops now has like real explosion sounds. Done with a pretty good sense of humor, I'd say. So I'm going to play a little bit of it here. So I can fast forward into where he's actually getting into the game itself. I also want to show the book that he's typing this stuff from.
Deep mine when there's a cave in and we have to escape before we run out of air. Fortunately, we have 5 sticks of dynamite to blow holes in the walls, which will help us escape. Don't worry that the walls are glowing yellow. We can just climb over them, no problem at all. If we don't get to the exit before we run out of air, we are dead. Let's take a look. We run the game, enter the skill level we want, 1 to 5. 1 is the easiest, 5 is the hardest. I'm going to start nice and easy with level 1. and we get the map of the mine drawn. Black is an empty space, blue are the walls. We will be a flashing yellow square, and the aim of the game is to reach the exit, which is the magenta square on the top left. It moves pretty fast. You can't go too far to the right. The walls obviously stop you because...
I will mention that this one actually uses the peaks to do the keyboard roller table. So actually you hold down the arrow keys and it auto repeats automatically. So you don't have to sit there and just tap keys repeatedly. There's like a little death screen, which the programmer actually switched to P mode 4 to draw it in graphics mode, which is a little of an odd choice for a semi-graphics game. But I guess since all Dragons came with extended basic built-in and 32K of RAM, why the heck not? And then he makes he's actually does a lot of green screen stuff here too to make the video a lot more interesting, which I quite appreciate.
Do we mean Hoffi The first thing I decided to do was add a bit
That's
more...
a bit of his Welsh accent there. So anyway, he goes in, he finds this ML routine here from Dragon User Magazine, as I've mentioned before, for doing sound. So it's a tiny bit. And this is one Karen and some of the other people here in the UK might remember this article here, but basically it's not a very long machine language subroutine, but it actually gives you like multiple sound effects to pick from. And then he does a little demo of some of them here, so you can kind of hear what some of the sound effects. I won't play them all, but I'll play a little bit.
First, we have laser. Then we have phaser. Laser and phaser together give a nice sci-fi battle.
So it gives you a couple of these things, and you can actually incorporate them into your own basic programs, and you get kind of like real machine language style sound effects for barely using any memory out of your basic program at all, which is kind of cool. And he improves the game by adding those features to it. Also, he fixes some bugs. Like if you remember on the early part here, well, during the actual gameplay screen itself, you got this little title as an amount of time that interpreted time. It's not real time, but well, it's kind of real time, but not real seconds. It's like 10 or 20 times. But basically, the bug in the game was you could actually crawl up into this section and just run straight across and get to the exit. So he fixed it. You can't do that anymore. Added the sound effects to it, and it's actually, and then he added, phonetic Welsh, I guess, for naming the levels and also some of the prompts and stuff too, which was kind of funny.
You have escaped from Munera lead mine. Well done, you survived. Riddicky Weddy Cluedo, and how many seconds it took. And we go straight to level 2, which is Saigon Copper Mine.
And he actually named the 5 levels after real mines in Wales too, which is kind of funny.
And the timer is ticking up as before. Nice clear run through Saigon Copper Mine, which, as you know, is in Snowdonia. Clevenog Silver Mine. The mic goes off. We jump from 404 to 635. It's about 230.
So basically, the dynamite blows up the squares around, but he's actually added the almost digitized style sound effects to it.
To 1099.
And that's something I think would be kind of cool to go back through some of the old games from like Color Computer News, Color Computer Magazine, Hot Cocoa, Rainbow, International Color Computer Club, and some of the other ones, and take little routines like that where you can actually add these little digital style sound effects and actually kind of improve the games. I know Jim Gary's quite famous for all the converts he does to the MC10. Usually does the initial conversion, then later on he'll go and like add instructions and title screens or add fix bugs that were in the original game that were never caught at the time of publishing. Or then adding new features and adding, improvements to the game too, either speeding it up or whatever. So it's kind of fun to see what could be done with some of the other games that were, pretty good back in the day, but could be improved now, especially with some of the subroutines that people can use, and also just, people learning, what basically was capable of and some of the tricks to get it to run faster. So anyway, it's a very interesting, entertaining video. I like all the jokes and stuff, which I'm sure Karen and a few others can probably comment on, which actually he just did. He just said North Welsh dialect, so apparently that's a specific part of Welsh in Wales. And the next after that, Alex Gayer, who we mentioned last week, it's a Sudoku game, which is kind of a not quite math, but basically a numbers game has done some more updates to it because he's hit a few more little bugs. So he's released version 2.1. And one thing he added on this one is he added a machine language solver, which he found some routines online, got them working in BASIC. So solving is now a lot faster than it was before. I don't have anything specifically to show as far as screenshots or anything, but he actually has put the newest version onto the files section of the Coco group on Facebook. So it's a free download if you want. I don't know if he's uploaded it to the archive yet. If anybody knows off the top of their head, they can mention that and we can mention it on the show. But if you go to Facebook, and once again, the links to all the stories we have are on the Coco Discord. They're already uploaded for today, and the next on Paradise, we'll upload them to the Coco list on Sunday, tomorrow. And you can get the links from there too if you don't use Discord. That's all the gaming news I had. But we do have a fair bit of other stuff to get into.
Okay, we'll get started on that.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so as we are traditionally doing the last few months, we do the Dragon news up front first so that our Dragon fans that are watching live don't have to stay up till 3 in the morning to do it. We've actually got multiple stories this week. So the first one, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kieran, but I believe that Dragon Data, the user on the Dragon forums on the World of Dragon archive, which honestly, if you're at all interested in the Dragon or the Coco, you should definitely become a member of that. There's good discussions in there, and they got a ton of downloads, including some games that never were released for the Coco in the first place, but there are Coco versions or Coco-friendly versions now. So they have some of the original manuals and all kinds of stuff on there. But anyway, I believe this is Richard Harding. But one thing he did is he uploaded a zip file containing a bunch of educational programs that were written for the Dragon 32 by Ian Murray. So if you want to check out some of the educational titles that were available for the Dragon back in the day, this is a whole collection of ones, but done by one single author. And I haven't had a chance to look at it myself, but thanks for uploading that, Richard. And also thanks for doing all the archiving of all the stuff. He's got all the history of Dragon from some of the people directly involved with it at the time, and he's kind of the Dragon archivist. Next up after that, Royal Templeman posted on the Dragon users group on Facebook, mentioning who's coming to Dragon Fest this year. I'll be there showing off some 68OX Lovelies, as well as a couple of Dragons. And then he posted this one here. It says, bonus points, you recognize this motherboard. So this motherboard here is actually a 6809 based motherboard, but it's not a Coco and it's not a Dragon.
Thompson?
Yep. Yeah. I think the TO8, which is a French machine, they also had another one, I think the TO9 or something like that. So it's a 6809 based machine that was sold and manufactured in France. So, Nick, have you had much experience with Thompson? Or I know we've seen it on some of the shows and stuff we've seen people running
it. It never appeared here in Australia at all.
Yeah, and I don't think it appeared in North America either, at least not that I remember seeing. It might have appeared in some of the mainland Europe, or might even have showed up in the UK at one point. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of sites claim that the 609 was only ever used on Coco's Dragons and maybe the Vectrix, if they remember that one. But yeah, there was more than that used it.
There's a few in Japan too.
Yeah, like the Fujitsu FM7, 77, 77 and AV.
Itachi.
Yeah. So anyway, he's planning on bringing some of these other machines to the Dragon Meetup at the end of this month. So if you want to actually see a Thompson in the flesh actually running, and he mentions he pulled it out of his actual thing, but he's bringing the whole thing in its case with keyboard and everything else. You should be able to actually run it. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to say the Apple One had a 6800 option. So
and a 6809 option too for OS 9.
We aren't that weird. Yeah, you had a 7404 and a couple of jumpers.
Because Marco, you actually had, or you've seen the actual 6809 level 1 board that the Apple II had?
I have a clone of it. It was made by a guy in Japan. So yeah, I have it. It's called the Stellation Mill clone.
Yeah.
I've booted level 1 OS 9 on it before. And also Flex.
Cool. Which are both 6800. Well, Flex is 6800 and 6809. And
these are 6809 versions.
Oh, it's 9 with 6809 specifically. Yeah.
Yeah. The Flex, there's actually a version 1 and a version 2.
Anyway, yeah, it's cool seeing another 6809 based machine. So we don't feel quite as isolated, because definitely the Z80s and 652s generally show up in the public interest a lot more often because there were so many of them, but they weren't as good for programming as 6809 was. Next up for the Dragon, we also have John Whitworth. He posted in the Dragon Groupers Facebook as well that the bare boards for his new SuperSprite FM Plus, which is the MSX hardware, basically you get the hardware sprites, you get the sound chips and everything else. But now he's got a new version he's working on specifically to do output in HDMI, and he's actually got some adapter boards he shows on the right here. And he mentions that the bottom right one, this one right here, is actually his very first ever 4-layer PCB. So this will allow you to actually run the SuperSprite FM Plus board with HDMI output, including the sound, from what I'm understanding, because of course that's a bit of an issue when you're trying to devise your own hardware, because there's these stupid patent things that you have to pay, an exorbitant sum. But I think some of this stuff is already done by third-party chips that have paid those excessive licenses, which are only really affordable if you're going to be manufacturing in mass. So this will actually allow a Dragon, and I think even a CoCo, to actually, a CoCo 1 or 2 for that matter, actually output to HDMI, which is actually kind of nice, because some of the other things like the Gimme X and stuff that I put to VGA is getting harder to find. My last couple of TVs don't even have a VGA output option, and VGA monitors are starting to get harder to get a hold of too. So it's kind of nice having something that's a bit more future proof.
What software runs on this SuperSprite board?
Well, there's some stuff you can do on your own, of course. But if you look at the AGD engine for converting the AGD games from the Spectrum, there's the basic CoCo one that covers, just basic CoCo and Dragon with the built-in hardware. But there's also a version that Paris Rat has done specifically for the SuperSprite FM Plus, including the multicolor graphics, hardware sprites, and the sound. And there's at least, I think, 50 games already ported over for that. So that library is available. And he's adding to that, as he gets time. So there are definitely some, there's several dozen games already available for this particular platform. And if you need any help with the programming of some of those chips, there obviously Paris, had some experience with that, so you can probably help them too. Next up, Retro Games, which is a rather boisterous fellow from the UK that covers all kinds of retro stuff, actually decided to do an episode of What's on the Table. And he goes, is the Dragon 32 really rubbish? And he's basically reviewing some games and stuff and a little bit of the hardware and a little bit of the history. Now, one thing he'd mentioned that is, the Dragon, he said basically, sold well briefly at the beginning and then kind of died off. My understanding, and Kieran, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this or even join in if you want to, talk about it at some length. But my understanding was from looking at some charts that were published in Personal Computing Magazine, I think it was, in the UK, which was kind of a bi-weekly magazine for the entire UK computer market. The Dragon 32, like in the second half of 1983, was, bouncing between first, second, third, fourth place, along with the Spectrum and some of the other really popular machines. So actually, it was selling quite well. And my understanding is it would sold at least 40,000 by the end of 82 or into early 83. So I'm also checking serial numbers from what I remember. It looks like the Dragon 32 itself, I think, actually probably sold a couple 100,000 by the end, unless they skipped serial numbers. And then Eurohard sold, 40,000 after that themselves. The Dragon 64 did not sell as well. Of course, Dragon kind of went bankrupt after kind of over-promising and under-delivering. But I remember reading in those magazines, because I've done some research in those magazines specifically for software releases, that the Dragon actually was selling out so fast they couldn't keep up. And they had to, expand plant space and, build onto the building and stuff here to try to just catch up. And there at one point, we're doing something like 5,000 a week. And it starts Dragon Tano, then you could have had some, color added in there. But a lot of the games back then, I think, that were ported between the two, because the screen resolution on a Spectrum was exactly the same as the Dragon and the CoCo at 256 by 192. They just had that thing, I think it's an 8x8 pixel block that you can define a color, foreground and background that you can miss, which is why you get that color clash thing where you can see stuff bleeding, kind of like our set reset graphics did.
Right. You can see the walking guy has just got his white over the blue sprite.
Yeah, you can see the square here of the 8x8 here. This had to turn white because they overlapped.
The resolution is not good enough.
The guy who programmed the Dragon one put all the scores on the right, which took up so much screen area.
Right.
Well, they do have that on the Dragon version, or the sorry, the
Oh yeah, they
Spectrum.
do too. I didn't notice. Yeah.
And I think the screens aren't quite proportional. Like this should be taller. This should be
Yeah.
the exact same resolution, 192. So I'm not quite sure where he shrunk it down.
I can see his point though. I mean, at first glance, you can see the Spectrum one looks way better.
Yeah. Now, one thing I tried leaving a message, and I don't think it actually got through, probably because I put a link into it, and YouTube comments kind of suck for that sometimes. He didn't review a single game that used semi-graphics, and the Dragon had some pretty decent semi-graphics 12, semi-graphics 24 games, like Cop to Snatch is a kind of a scramble game, which you get 9 colors at once. You get 192 vertical resolution, just the same as P-Mode 3 or 4, but you get the fatter pixels going, widthwise, but you get all the color back, including black backgrounds. There's a multitude. There's some Pac-Man games with multi-mazes kind of clones. There's a couple of the helicopter type ones. I'm trying to remember, there's a few others too. There was that one kind of galaxy one, the ships kind of spin around. I can't Cosmic something or other. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But they actually had some pretty decent ones that I think would have been a bit more competitive with the Spectrum and others as far as color goes. But he doesn't demonstrate those. And the other ones he demonstrates, like Time Bandit and Donkey King, he plays in P-Mode 3, which looks like crap, honestly. And I know these, but for Microdeal, had the option. You could pick the black and white, black and green, or the P-Mode 3 colors. And you could actually, pick which one you thought looked better. And he seems to really hate anything in black and white. So he must have hated Max back in the day. But they generally looked better. I mean, you get some of the vertical striping. And the other thing is some of these games that were converted, just briefly translated, I guess, to the Dragon to fix the key controls and stuff. They didn't redo the graphics specifically for a P-Mode 3 screen. So these are actually P-Mode 4 artifact style games. And some of them used what I would call pure P-Mode 3, so treats the screen as a 128 by 182. And those you can get nice solid colors exactly the way you would meant. Just you'd have to pick the colors. But some of the other ones on Time Bandit here on the screen right now is one of them, Donkey King's another. They actually use some parts of the screen are drawn as if it's 256 by 182, and some of it are drawn at 128 by 192. Basically picking 2 and 4 colors for whatever parts. You can see all these little artifacts of blue and yellow around the digits on the time and the score. Like if you were programming that for P-Mode 3, you would redo the graphics and make that nice and solid instead of having all this sort of artifact, not really artifact, but basically almost a dither pattern or something. So you would have devised some of these graphics quite a bit different. And the other thing they didn't do is that sometimes if you were converting a P-Mode 4 artifact game from the CoCo in North America to a Dragon, P-Mode 3 game, is that the graphics should have been redrawn to take advantage of which colors you have available to make it look the best. Like in this case, Time Bandit would have looked a lot better if you, say, had red bricks instead of yellow and blue, and you maybe change the background from green to dark blue or something like that. It would look a lot better visually. But almost none of them took time to do that. They just basically took the game as it was in the United States and Canada, or Australia for that matter, and just converted it directly without redoing any of the graphics whatsoever. Which is why they usually give you those options of, you want P-Mode 4 black and white, or do you want some hideously dithered P-Mode 3 screen? The ones that were designed for the Dragon generally did a much better choice of colors. So, I mean, that's a long-term project if somebody had a ton of time. It would be pretty cool to see somebody actually go into the actual graphics embedded in these games and actually change them to match the palette if it was designed for a P-Mode 3 palette, and see how much better some of these games could have looked.
That's something I discovered when I wrote that P-Mode 1 editor, and one of the buttons gives you all 24 permutations of the colors to swap them around, and something you didn't expect actually looked a whole lot better than the current one. And then I had another button to use the alternate color set with the cyan magenta.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nick and I have done some where you take the P-Mode graphics and you change the palettes on a CoCo 3 so you can get much better one. I'll give you one very famous example, Puyan. For some reason, they picked the pastel color set. And if you actually convert the graphics to, well, if you first of all, you change it to the other color set, you get colors that are actually in the arcade game itself, like a dark blue and a red and whatever else. But they're not mapped exactly the same. Like scum might be a different color than you're expecting. But if somebody just took the graphics assets in the program and then redefined it for that other color set, you could make the CoCo 1 and 2 version look much closer to the arcade than it is now. And just, little things like that. So, but you'd have to disassemble it, figure out where are the graphic assets, what format are they in, how many bytes wide is per tile or whatever. It would take some work, but I would love to see somebody take the time to. Yeah, I don't think Nick's volunteering for it, obviously, but
no, definitely not.
But I would love to see that. I mean, we kind of cheat on the Coco 3 because you can just change the palette, but it makes a huge difference. Even you're still in a 4-color mode. I mean, if you pick the colors from a artifacted game where you have orange and blue, which you can map directly to the equivalent colors on a P-Mode 3, but they're not the same colors because orange and blue on artifact would be color 2 or 3 from 1 to 4. On P-Mode 3, it would be colors 3 and 4 instead. So you'd have to like kind of move them around and change the graphics to match. But you definitely could make them look a lot better than this. But yeah, he doesn't seem that impressed. Now, one thing he did in his comments, and I would love to see some of the Dragon people in particular go and comment on this video. Once again, the link's in the show notes so you can get on the Discord right now. There's some definitely better games he could have picked to try. I think he was trying to stick to stuff he had original cassettes for because he shows the cassette inlay for each of the games that he shows here, basically. So he's using originals. But there's some freeware stuff that's come out since. I would suggest Stuart Orchard's Return of the Beast would be an excellent one for him to try. Or Lucifer's Kingdom or some of these other ones here too. I think he could definitely get a better cross-section of games that what the Dragon's more capable of doing some of that, and also some of the ones that use SemiGraphics 24, because like I said, he didn't touch on a single game that used that type of technique. And those generally tend to look a lot more impressive. But yeah, it's otherwise he does a fairly, he kind of talks about sales. He talks about some basic games. He definitely shows a lot of the original artwork from some of these third-party companies. Here's one that he wasn't that impressed with the version here. I also noticed he was kind of picking his battles a little bit because sometimes he'd compare it to a Spectrum. Sometimes he'd switch to compare it to an Atari, 8-bit machine. I mean, if you're going to be doing comparisons, you might as well be consistent which platforms you're doing. But other than that, I mean, I did enjoy him going through all the various cassette inlays and stuff, kind of showing, how these things were distributed back in the day. And but I think he gives it a bit short shrift from what it's actually capable of. So he invited, people to comment on that. So if you guys go in there, I definitely would suggest some games for him to try. I don't know if my comment made it through. I don't think it did because it had a link built in. YouTube just sometimes outright rejects those. And I don't see it here now. So yeah, I don't think it actually posted properly. But yeah, if any of you Dragon guys go out there and, politely give him some suggestions of some other things to try out that I think show off the Dragon a bit better than some of the stuff he picked. Next up, this is really cool. So Ed, Tandy Showcase on Discord, and he's active both in the Tandy Discord and on the Coco Discord. He's also very active at the VCF Southwest in Dallas, which we'll be talking about later when we get to the upcoming shows. Recently received some early advertising documents from a former Tandy corporate advertising marketing member, which includes a pre-release ad for Videotex. But this is kind of in between the ones we knew. We knew the original Videotex from 78, 79 when they were working with Motorola and the original test with, the University of Kentucky and stuff. It was basically a Model 1 case with that little number pad in the middle, and you had to control everything from there. And then eventually became the Videotex unit that we're used to seeing, which just kind of looks like a silver, original Coco 1, but it came out a few months before the Coco 1 did. But this ad here is showing a Coco-style keyboard on the Model 1 case, and I don't think we've ever seen that before. And I don't know if they figured out if this was ever actually made or if this is just a mock-up to kind of show at one time what they were planning it looking on. Go ahead.
I reckon it's a mock-up.
Right, they have that funky raised bezel to make
a
keyboard fit in the case. They wouldn't have done that for production.
But if you notice here, the keyboard is under this, so this is just some little plastic outlay that the regular Coco keyboard would fit right underneath.
It's a mock-up.
And here they're showing us some of the graphics, semi-graphic stuff that it was capable of doing, and it was capable of doing. They talk about the original Project Green Thumb experiment here. And they have like question to here, like availability October quarter 1980, price under. They have question marks. So at this point, when they're doing the advertising, artwork stuff, they don't even know when it's coming out. And it came out actually quite a bit earlier than that. But here's another picture of it with the keyboard on a Model 1 frame.
I like the phone, a proper rotary dial.
Yeah. They even show that same thing here.
I like the green thumb.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he dipped in his like tool handle dip. Yeah.
If they would have stayed with that, we could have had a white one for Coco 2, and then Coco 3 might have been the same format where it's just a keyboard. You think?
That depends how long Videotex lasted.
Right. It died a quick, even where in Europe,
Yeah,
it was
'cause basically-
popular, it died a quick death. You know.
Yeah, because basically when they came out with like the cartridge software for Videotex, you can plug in the Coco, but you have a full computer. And then of course they did Videotex software for other machines, so you could log in as a farmer and get your weather reports and your price of grains that particular day and that kind of stuff. I think it kind of became obsolete fairly quick that you had a dedicated separate thing that costs as much as a Coco just to do that. I mean, it had a
Right, you
built-in
could get
modem,
a
but
Coco and do everything rather than this one thing.
yeah, this was like a one function device. It was a 300 baud modem to log into the specific service, and that's basically what it had.
And this was late 70s stuff. So this was cutting edge then, but
yeah,
by the 80s that was
Right, but yeah, 3 years later it was.
Yeah,
I was in Finland in 1996, maybe, and my friend still got his hockey scores off of Videotex. I mean, it wasn't the Radio Shack, but it was the.
Well, wasn't that the subcarrier thing? So it just
Yeah,
it
was like that. But this is the same idea. You type a 3-digit number for the page you want to see.
And that carried on forever. It was like subcarrier stuff that we had here, like.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, is that WeFax there on page 2?
There you go.
Kinda.
Yeah.
The other thing is too is like looking at these proposed dates, and this is probably was done in '79 sometime. So the availability of the hardware for Videotex, where they were expecting October quarter 1980, price under 400. The software they actually were planning on releasing it before that in July. And I think the way the actual hardware, I think the hardware itself came out like April of 1980, and then the software came out in like July or August, when I remember. I might be a little bit off on that because I didn't get a chance to research it for the show, but their expectations of what was coming out first actually flipped completely around by the time it really came out. And of course, it looked nothing like this at all, except for the keyboard.
Well, this was, it says 1980. So did they have the color computer Videotex by 1980?
The cartridge?
No, the actual
The Videotex terminal?
machine.
Yeah, no, that
when
came
did
out before the Coco. That was announced in April, and the Coco wasn't announced until July.
April what year?
1980.
1980. Yeah, so I'd say this picture is a mock-up. They got the color computer keyboard, but they probably didn't have all the hardware, the real hardware ready. So they mocked it up with whatever they
the
had.
Model 1, which is what they had.
Yeah, Model
Though, if
1
you remember,
case.
the original Project Green Thumb from 78, 79 did use this case, but had a Lumiere keypad in the middle.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, that's right.
And that
But
was using a
this-
6847 even then. So they did have some of the hardware at the very least.
Yeah, but this would have been pre the color computer, the Videotex one, but they probably didn't have photos of the finished product by then, or in time, rather. And
use
this is
this,
just a mock-up, because that keyboard is just
It's made up.
it looks like they had the keyboards ready in production. but they didn't have,
They wanted
have the new cases
idea.
ready. Yeah.
They wanted the idea you had a real keyboard now.
Yeah.
And that was the best way they had to represent that.
Yeah, because this is basically between the two that actually physically existed. Like the original Project Green Thumb was this case with that little numeric keypad in the middle, and that's it.
Because if you ever seen what they did to put a computer in a Model 1 case, you don't want to do that. So they obviously corrected themselves in mid-course and went to
Yeah, but they did make 100 of the
flat-
ones in the Model 1 case with the numeric keypad that went to the University of Kentucky, and I think
Well,
one other
yeah, but
university.
that was prototypes, basically. The 100
Yeah,
prototypes.
functional prototypes, because they did use them, and they actually have found one or two of them now, the actual ones from that time period. And then, of course, by the time the real Videotex came out in April of 80, this keyboard was in the side of a Coco case, and the blue
Right, and
version
they
of the
wanted
Agvision.
the one flat motherboard without any ribbons and folded. Yeah.
Yeah. So this
Well,
is kind of like a mock-up, but kind of right in the transition period between when they were switching from the Model 1 case to the Videotex / Coco 1 case. And the Coco 1 was already being designed. I remember when Brian Weisler and I saw from some of the notes that Robert Kilgus had when he had the original prototype, but unfortunately none of those exist as far as I know. Some of those schematics and stuff they had are actually for the Coco specifically, not just Videotex, are from 1979, like how the joystick ports are going to work and that kind of stuff. So, Tandy was thinking of the Coco well before the July 1980 release date. They were doing it in 79. I think Is Brian still in the call? Because if he might recall better than I, but I think some of the hardware is actually from like early '79 that some of the schematics were for, like, January or February. So like a year and a half before it actually got released. I think he's still on the call, unfortunately.
That picture on the left of those people sitting at the computer, I'm sure those people are the same people and maybe the same room that they did an earlier TRS-80 Model 1 commercial on. I think
probably.
that guy's, yeah, that guy reminds me that well, classically 70s attire and haircut.
Oh, right,
I'm sure he appeared in a Model 1 ad, and he was touching a Model 1. So it's the same guy, but obviously for the videotex.
Well, they might have just used that same video because you can't
just
really
superimpose the other computer on there.
Well, you didn't have to change it. It looks enough like a Model 1 that you couldn't tell.
I got two things for you here. The Project Green Thumb, that thumb there, does you think that has a 26 product number? It can be used in other areas?
I wonder if he ever got it off of his thumb. That's my question.
Well, here's the other thing. If you look close, at least on my screen, which is pretty nice, there's like 2 eyes and a mouth. You see it?
Oh, the thing's with a face.
Yeah, it's got a face on it. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's a thing with the face if you blow it up a little bit.
Yeah. And then on the far left, where that girl's typing on the Model 1, that printer next to her I had, and that weighed 120 pounds, I think.
Right. You wouldn't put it on your little IKEA table.
No.
Anyway, it's a nice little bit of history that we have not seen before, that there was kind of this initial mock-up, or I don't know, it was planned to go this way at one point, and they just changed their minds within a month or two, but a mixture of hardware that we never saw before. Next about that, Brian Blake, who is usually in our chat. I think he is today. I can't remember. I think you said he was in there, Mark. But he posted a blog entry concerning fixing up his PJB CocoBus expansion card. And you can kind of see a cartoony version of it here. This is one of the ones we just discussed here in the last couple of weeks of alternatives to the multi-pack. And there were several of them before the multi-pack even got released by Tandy. Frank Hogg had one with 5 slots. PBJ, I think, had one with 6 slots. There was 1 or 2 others there. I can't remember. I think Frank's was called the Solution. But anyway, he's got one of these, and he's actually posted a couple times in the blog here about fixing it. So he's been basically going through and finding out some of the bad parts, and there's some bad solder joints, et cetera. So he's kind of replacing and fixing things up there. I don't know if he's got his next one planned fairly soon or not, but he's been making some progress, and hopefully get it running, and then there might be something for David Ladd here with more than 4 slots.
Cool to see the Coco font.
Yeah. Yeah, he does a very well presented page here. He's got this little animation stuff. Now, if you're trying to view it on the phone, it kind of sucks because it'll start putting this and it'll go, oh, that's too big to fit on the screen. It'll suddenly word wrap and your whole screen jumps all over the place. And it keeps doing that repeatedly. But I think he's designing his website specifically to be seen from actual desktops or laptops at the very least. Next up, some people here might recognize this bloke.
Yep.
On the left here. A fellow Aussie to Nick Morandi's, actually.
Yep.
Must be Ian.
Yeah, Ian Maverick. Also one of the principals at Tandy Assembly. Like he usually runs the auction and the trivia contest and that kind of stuff. And flies in from Australia just about every year to attend Tandy Assembly, and sometimes even attends a few VCFs too. So YouTube channel called Retro Rares actually kind of talked and interviewed Ian here, going through a bunch of stuff, and Ian had brought a whole bunch of his Tandy stuff here. So he's got some Tandy 1000 level stuff. He's got the Model 1. He's got CoCos and MC10s that you can actually go through. I'm not going to play the whole thing.
He's got a door.
Yeah, another door in the CM8. Yeah, this is the day of doors.
That might be a CM5.
Yeah, in that particular case, it might actually be, because that's not a CoCo,
look
obviously.
at the color, though.
Yeah, that's the one that came with the Tandy 1000s.
But he actually covers some of the CoCo stuff here right off the bat, so I thought I'd play a little bit of it, but you could check out the whole thing for all of its stuff. And there's another video from the same show, and it looks like it's at a racetrack.
Yeah, it does look like it, yeah.
But Nick had sent me another one. I didn't include it because it's not specifically Coco related, but they were playing Donut Dilemma on the Model 1.
Oh, yeah, that was impressive.
They talked to one of the guys that had brought a Model 1 there to play, and there was a young
Yeah, I
kid
bought
actually
a
having a heck of a lot of
System 80.
fun. Yeah, oh, right.
System 80.
Yeah, there was the Dick Smith one, right? A Model 1 clone, I guess, with a built-in cassette deck right into the machine.
Yeah.
But I'll play a little bit of the interview with him, and I said just up until he covers the Cocos, and then you should definitely go check out the rest of it if you're into all Tandy stuff.
Hey Simon, this must be your first time here at the Train and Hobby Show at Sandown Park.
Yeah, it's a train and hobby show, so I'm guessing all these computers are part of the hobby part.
Yeah.
I got some static displays here to.
I wonder what they're racing on the racetrack.
Is that, yeah.
Whose autograph's that? That's
We need
Steve
the ponies out.
Weinberger's, autograph, who actually designed the Model 1, but I got him to sign my color computer.
That's cool.
Yeah, so
That's really good.
So, and that's a US one that they didn't sell here. So,
Yep, what happened there?
Very yellowed.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a
it
little
ain't
bit yellowed.
like you're going to retrobrite it with the signature on it.
That's also not the stock 64K white
No.
color computer's keyboard. That's a later model, or Coco
it's
2.
been, yeah, it's been changed.
Yeah. And of course, you can see other stuff here like Pocket Computers, a Model 100 or 102. I can't really tell from there. I think it's a 102.
It's
Can't
not
quite see.
nice that it all yellowed the same tone.
Yeah.
Except for
Yeah,
red.
that's true. And then the mod PC2 here, like the second one. And he actually goes through and mentions like the MC10 and some of the other ones here too. If YouTube lets me. And the
On
model-
Myco.
Yeah, that's what you
You
guys
see
called it. In
the-
Australia, you actually had magazines devoted to it at one time too,
That's
if I
right.
remember.
Yeah, we called it a
You see the
Myco.
cord lines on there from when it was
Yeah.
stored?
Yeah, the plastic would
yep.
degrade from the power
Yeah.
cords touching it for too long.
I have one like that.
But yeah, you guys actually took to the MC10 more than North America did. I don't think we ever had a dedicated magazine to the MC10. At least not that I remember.
I think we called. Hey, actually, I was just thinking the other day, who coined the name Coco? Was it
Dave Lagerquist of Chromaset.
There you go.
Chromaset? Oh,
I knew
okay.
you'd know.
I wonder if
Well, I
it's
remember
out-
like Lonnie discussed that because there was the big, war in the early 1982 where people were going, are we going to nickname it an ADC or are we going to nickname it the Coco? And he
Yeah, I
actually
remember
flip-flop a
that.
couple of times. Because originally said, yeah, Coco sounds cute. And then he goes, nah, people think this is a serious computer. It's got a real CPU. We're going to call it the ADC instead. And then everybody complained about that. So he eventually switched back to Coco. And it was famous that Wayne Green always thought it should be the ADC. And then, of course, he came out with a magazine called Hot Coco, barely a year later.
What does ADC stand for?
80 color.
Yeah, TRS 80, but the color computer. Even though there's no Z80 in it
80
whatsoever.
C, not 80C, 80C.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, a 6809, I guess you could kind of pluck that out of the middle and it kind of covers it, I guess. But
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue as
no,
well.
I mean, Coco is a much cuter one. Like it's like Apple, it's a nice, just 2 syllables, and it has a bit of an affection to it. It's not just a clinical thing.
Right.
Like, the Sanyo PC 6001-5 or something like that.
Like a Mac doesn't sound very serious. We get right
I
into
have
it.
some older friends, and when I show them the shirt I made or whatever, and I said, this is the computer, we do on our show. And she goes, one lady said, well, why is it called a Coco? It's the strangest thing. And I go, well, if you realize it's a color computer.
Yeah, you're just taking the first 2 characters of
And
each
she
word.
goes, oh, geez. Like, obviously, but not
Life is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a big battle in early 82. I remember reading in Rainbow, like in
Yeah,
the
what
letters
to
pages,
call
people
it,
going back
yeah.
and forth, and then they finally decided, I think.
Because it's
August
not
or
a
September.
Z80, so it's not really a TRS-80, and yeah, a lot
Yeah.
went on forever.
And even Tandy themselves, I mean, when they switched the labeling from the TRS-80 line, they started calling it the Tandy Coco 2 and the Tandy Coco 3, etc. They even gave up on that too. Plus, by that time, they had Tandy
TRS-80
1000s and a bunch of other things too, which had nothing to do with the
Hero
80s.
Sadie was a brand name that they
Yeah.
developed. They
Right,
kept
but
that.
we were the first deviant, if you will, even before
yeah, we
the.
Yeah, that's true. We were the first deviant, and then some other ones like the Model 16 and Model 12, which had a 68000 and a Z80. the MC10 of the 6803, and of course when the Tandy 1000 series came out, 8088s and 8086s.
That was
anything.
Tandy
Yeah.
1000.
That's when they started rebranding everything Tandy, and they just ditched the tier city except for the Z80 line. Anyways, it's a very cool video, and they go through a whole bunch of stuff there. So, sorry, go ahead, Nick. You were about to say something.
I did like the name Myco for the MC10.
Yeah, I remember Rainbow here tried to initially call it the Pico.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know where would that have come from. Pico.
Right. Well, Pico was a prefix in metric, meaning quite a small measurement of something, isn't it?
Yeah, Pico. Is
right.
small.
It's even
so maybe that
smaller
was like
than,
the mini 10 or whatever, or mini Coco or whatever, because that was kind of its.
So they thought
function.
this was overbooked, and it should be a Pico, not a Micro.
Well, doesn't Micro have a like a U shape? If you're talking about.
Yeah, and then Pico's is a thousandth of that. You know, you just keep dividing down. So they apparently weren't highly impressed by this machine and wanted to call it something even smaller than it was called.
For a tiny machine, the MC10 was pretty good. You know, it was fairly good looking. It had a better micro keyboard than a lot of the other machines at the time.
Compared to a ZX81, which
ZX80 or ZX Spectrum.
Or Cherry 400 or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty good when you consider it was such a small computer.
Nick, it's an is. I mean, you don't have one, so you call it was. I have one.
The one thing I wish they had done differently was actually let you use up to at least 8K of the video RAM. That was the thing that killed
into
it.
regular RAM. Yeah, don't segment this crap out.
Or at least allow the video to run off the 20K RAM expansion, because then they could have done P mode 4 and P mode 3 and all the higher res stuff.
It would have been a nice. Well, they didn't want to compete against Coco. Sure.
Yeah, I mean the same thing happened between the Coco 3 and the Tandy, PC compatible line too. They couldn't tell you, well, we actually have 640 by 225 and 320 by 225 because that's higher res than a Tandy 1000.
No.
Can't tell you that.
There's artificial limit on the micro color computers.
We'll limit OS 9. We'll limit basic to 192. That's all you need because it's less. If you want higher graphics, you need a Tandy 1000, which is by 200. Even though we could go past that.
I was going to ask him one time if he ever thought that the MC10 could do WeFax. It probably could, but
yeah. Well, P-Mode, if I remember the original WeFax, the video text one, like the picture we saw, that was P-Mode 1, and the MC10 can do that, even without any memory upgrade.
I wonder if he'd ever think of making it. I would capture some stuff for ads.
Be fun. Yeah.
And the MC10 did have microcolor compact. It did have a terminal program, so you definitely could use the serial. Plus the 6803 actually has a timer and stuff, which actually makes it easier to run the bitbanger. In fact, doesn't the 6803 have its own serial thing in? They just didn't hook it up. Because it was basically a microcontroller. It had its own little block of RAM.
Yeah, it had all kinds of little weird I/O.
It was meant to be a microcontroller rather than a straight CPU. So actually, it had some capabilities that were pretty good. And you can access the timers and stuff. But I think it actually had a serial port built in, but they never hooked it up.
I think you're right.
Which is too bad. If they'd hooked that up, that would have been brilliant.
Oh, it'd be rocking little microcontroller, For computing, we'll use it to connect.
But you would have had a hardware-based, serial bitbanger port to log into other machines, right? In this tiny little thing you take with you into a.
It would be a Coco Pi. You could hook all kinds of crap up to it, just like Pis nowadays. Oh, well.
What could have been? Next up, this is a very interesting. It's a Retro Island on YouTube, is what he's called there. But it's Jason Ross in our Discord. About half a year ago, he posted a video about trying to use Google's AI engine to generate basic 9 code, and it did terrible. So he wasn't that impressed. So he's revisited it now using Claude Sonnet 4.6, and he was surprised. He actually got it without too much fiddling around. He had to, tell it reserve keywords and a few things. He figured these out as he went along. But by the end of it, he was actually getting it to write a little calculator program, and it's not an advanced one. It just does some basic stuff. But it actually ends up working, and he didn't write a line of code for this. This was all done through the AI. And for you guys on the panel that have experimented with AI, I have not. Have you guys used Claude versus some of the other ones? And what's your opinions of it, writing code, especially for retro machines, if you've tried?
I've been using AI Studio and Gemini from Google, but I'm the only person I know that does that.
Well, didn't you just say in your presentation that you asked AI about a value on the motherboard or something?
I ask AI questions about I'm asking Gemini is the AI. I ask it about 1609s and VGAs and things, and it gives me good answers. But I haven't tried writing basic 09 code. That's a good question.
Yeah, and he hasn't got it like supporting graphics and stuff yet, but he's pretty impressed with it. I'll just play his conclusion. That's probably cheating. You should go watch the video because he actually explains what he had to teach the AI as he went. But it was a far less than he was expecting, especially after his experience. I think it was Gemini 6 months ago.
Well, according to YouTube, Claude is the coding king.
Is AI going to like it that you're teaching it?
AI is fine with you teaching it what it did wrong. It'll apologize.
It will, and fix itself.
Okay.
So, Marco, sorry, you had a comment too, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't tried any of the AI stuff at all, but I do track other Facebook groups, especially for the Apple and the Commodore and a few other things. And it seems that Claude, from one of the comments I've seen, they focus a lot on computer programming, computer science.
Yes,
and so it's like, it is way more trained on that sort of stuff than any of the other ones. So Claude appears to be the one to choose if you want to you take your first stab at it.
Okay. So two things. I'll play a little bit of his conclusion here, but he's also in the chat right now. And he mentioned, I've got it writing a whole text-based adventure game now. Avalon Hill Stocks and Bonds should be done in a few days. Video will come out after that. So we'll have an update on this, but I did want to talk about his conclusion here a little bit.
Sonnet 4.6.
Oh, come on, YouTube.
Especially with the extended turned on. Incredibly powerful. I'm going to post this up on the CoCo Discord, and my challenge to any of the CoCo
YouTube's being jerked.
CoCo nuts, CoCo fans, people that are in the CoCo enthusiasts. I'm challenging to send something. If you want to test this out, one, you can grab all of this on my GitHub project. I'll link to it in this description of the video.
Jeez.
But also either in the comments of this video or on Discord, once I post this, I'll ask for anybody to send me a challenge of something that you want me to try, and I'll see how Claude does with it. I'm Wayne in particular, who's been the one guy who's helped me with some of this stuff.
Yeah, Wayne Campbell.
A few months ago. I'll definitely reach out to him and see what he thinks, because I may even do a video with him to see if get him to try this too.
So that's a challenge here, but I'm just gonna see if I can find a little demo of his program running here. This might be GitHub stuff. But it basically goes through like training for best practices, like don't use keywords as variable names and that kind of stuff. And also some of the rules and restrictions on Basic 9 itself. But
that sounds kind of like what I would expect. Yeah.
But he did mention in his previous video, and at the beginning of this one too, when he tried it with, I think it was Gemini back in 6 months ago, that it just wasn't working. Like he couldn't get it to actually come up with usable code. And this time he actually came up with usable code fairly quickly.
I'll have to try this this week and see how I do with it. With Gemini.
Wayne Campbell on CompuServe.
What's that?
Was Wayne Campbell on CompuServe?
Yes, when he was doing decode back then, he was for sure.
Yeah, I remember him from that.
9. So now it's going to load the procedures. So cap display is the run command, and then the other functions. Like I said, the only bug that I had was because I didn't have the reserved words in my best practices. So I've now added them in, and I believe it'll work. So they see all these functions. This all got written. I didn't touch a line of this other than, like I said, that reserve word change. So if I go run calc display, there's my calculator. So I can go 3 minus
He's using MAME,
3.
so of course you got to remember how it remaps the keyboard. I hit this all the time too.
Last entry was 3 minus 3. Result was 0. I can go 3 plus 4.
That's what you use to
times
ones they put
3.
Up on Facebook or whatever. No.
minus 9. So 12 minus 9 is 3, plus 3 is 6. I can go memory store. I can go and say 3 minus 2. I can go memory recall. Brings me back the memory value. I can go memory clear. You can see the memory gets cleared. So, and I can go Q to quit.
So yeah, like you said, he had the one reserve keyword. I think it was a POS, the position command, which is more meant for printers, etc. in Basic 9. But basically, that's the only thing he had to change, and everything else was generated by Claude. This entire program was generated by Claude, which is pretty impressive, because I remember when he did the previous video, I was kind of like poo-pooing the whole AI thing too at that point. And I still am a bit reserved about it for, you know, how it affects artists and stuff. But
well, the thing
this is pretty impressive.
It's a great assistant, but if it's going to be your replacement, I don't think it's there. But if you can oversee what it's doing, it's like your good helper, you know, the guy that can crank out the subroutines for you so you can look it over and say, yep.
That's how it feels to me. It feels like an intern that you have to watch and be careful with.
Yeah.
That'll probably change down the road.
But Jason's commenting here from the previous time he tried 6 months ago. He says it was Gemini. It kept making mistakes with the same approach that I'm using Claude for now, but
And
Claude
Claude can
seems to
figure it
learn
out.
much faster and kind of, you know, fixed it. So very fascinating to see that. I know he's actually had some conversations with Wayne Campbell now too, so Wayne might actually try that. He might even try it on the semi-language side, because he's got a few bugs in Decode he's trying to fix up, and you know, it's kind of interpreting, you know, packed programs basically and trying to revert them back into source code. If it can help with that, that'd be awesome too. I've been going through like the Basic 9 source here, but of course I'm trying to figure out how it works myself as I'm going. And it's a pretty large program. It's 24K machine language code, so it's not always easy to find out, you know, if some little thing goes weird in one of Wayne's things, interpretations. I have to try to figure out where the hell is that going to be in the main code, and how do I interpret it, etc. So maybe I can help with that. That would definitely be
that would be fantastic if your intern could comment that code for you.
Yeah.
So
and you explain algorithmically what each part's doing. And
this Claude Sonnet, does that actually mean something? Or
well, who makes Claude Sonnet? Is it? I'm trying to remember which.
Is it French or something?
You know, Henry, where Claude Sonnet's from?
I don't know.
The sonnet is music. Claude
I read it and it's gone.
So within
Anthropic,
these
which has
engines
been in the
like
headlines
Claude, they
recently.
have different models, and the model is probably named Sonnet 4.6.
Right.
Yeah, Exxon Paradise mentions Anthropic, which has been in the headlines lately.
Yep. That's the name.
Yeah, so that's who makes Claude. So anyway, really cool. I found that quite fascinating, especially, and he was surprised too. You can tell by his reaction during the video when he's recording it, you know, that this worked much smoother than he was expecting. Next up, we mentioned, I think it was last week, the week before, there's a challenge for Coco programmers in BASIC at this point, and maybe expanding to other languages in the future, but basically with Microsoft BASIC, to make a program that will generate pi up to 1,000 digits. And he's hoping to get some different categories of like the smallest version of the program that can do it accurately, the fastest, etc. And Frozen Beef Pie on YouTube actually released a quick preview of his pi calculator to 1,000 places here, as meant as an entry to the contest. It's not done yet, and he has some little animations and stuff here to kind of show it's, you know, busy thinking and figuring out stuff as it goes and calculates. And as he mentions here, currently it takes up to 35 hours to generate 1,000 digits. So we definitely will see what it can do later on once he gets further into it. That was kind of his sneak preview of his working on it.
So I had a discussion with Gemini about that, and it kind of estimated that on a 6809, and I guess it's assuming assembly language or some efficient C compiler, that it should take 30 to 60 minutes.
Okay.
And so if you expand that to whatever your multiplication factor is for how long it takes the Radio Shack Basic to run. Now, one of the points that Gemini made was that the algorithm it gave me would work best with integer arithmetic instead of floating point arithmetic.
Yeah, so basically Konami would be a better fit for that because it has integer variables.
Yeah, so that might be real interesting. And it gave me pseudocode, and kind of at that point, it wasn't too exciting to me to translate this pseudocode into BASIC, and maybe I'll get around to it in the future.
Or we could get Jason to feed it into Sonnet, and
it
might generate the basic 9 code, and we'll see how it runs.
Yeah, in fact, this would be a very good example for me to try with Basic 09 on Gemini and see what happens.
Cool.
Yeah.
Next up after that, we've got a couple of posts here from Brian Palmer, another fellow Aussie to Nick. And these are actually some programs he wrote in Super Extended Basic for the Coco 3 specifically that he did back in the day, actually. The first one here is actually he was trying to redraw a screen from one of his favorite games at the time, which was commercially available at Tandy Radio Shack. And it wasn't quite finished drawing it here, but he got fairly far into it. And he's using the 320
down the
mode.
alley on the right.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is rendered in 320 by 192 because that's what the Coco Basic supported for 16 color. The original game is actually 320 by 192, but it's technically drawing it as if it's a 160 by 192, and that was to help speed up some of the routines for doing background graphics and leaving them alone. Do you guys recognize what game this is from, though? That's the first question.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Bingo, nailed it. So, yeah. He said he never quite finished it, and you can tell with some of the bricks here it didn't quite make it.
But if you go down that alley, you'll end up in a dumpster.
Yeah, unless you crawl through the window from inside. But anyway, not going to get into that game too much in detail on the show. And the second one he did is a graphical representation of his old Coco 3 setup. And he actually had one of these tables, which actually I think Tandy sold this type of table here. I seem to recall that. And I think he mentions that. Said, darn, I missed that table. It was small, simple layout, but it worked. And people would put the printers and the drives and monitor and stuff on here too with the Coco 3. You even see he drew a little disc controller with the cable sneaking behind and coming back up here to hit the drives. So that was kind of cool that he did that, and drawing all this in BASIC. I mean, that's the kind of stuff a lot of us did, especially when the Coco 3 came out, because all of a sudden we had all these colors and higher res to work with. I remember I did some of that same thing, although I'm not very good at doing drawing stuff.
His monitor has a door.
Yeah, you can tell that's what from period correct when you first got it. Next up, we got from Cedric Beaudoin. I'm not sure how to pronounce Beaudoin. This is an update to something we talked about last week. So he's been doing an ESP-32 Coco emulation project. And last time we talked about it, he'd gotten the Coco 1 and 2 running pretty darn close to accurate. And now he's been working on the Coco 3 side of things. And he said it is actually running some games properly, and there's some others that doesn't, because, of course, a lot more hardware tricks you got to worry about with the gimme chip. But he shared a screenshot of his live debugger running as an overlay on the Coco 3 emulated screen on his ESP-32. So you can see it live kind of disassembling as it's going, playing Pyramix, which is a very early Coco 3 game clone of Qbert. And then he released a video actually kind of showing in action. So I'm not going to play the whole, well, actually it's only 29 seconds. I will play the whole thing. But you can kind of see, how he's got, dumps here of some of the hardware registers here, like some of the gimme registers and the PIA registers on the left. And then he's got the actual code running. And then the actual screen underneath is actually, playing the game in real time type thing. And of course, it's doing crap res for some reason. YouTube is really not liking me today. Get better here.
Right, and I got all the bandwidth in the world.
Well, I normally have pretty good bandwidth here too. I don't know what
like
happened.
617, 577. This is more than I ever seen on a Saturday afternoon. Everyone left. And
we can see like live registers here at the top changing in real time as it's processing. Yeah. Tell where the code's actually executing at the time. So that's pretty good debugging, I think, actually. If you can set breakpoints and stuff with this, that'd actually be kind of cool. Because normally you have to have, like in MAME, you have a separate window with your, disassembly running, and then you have a separate window with your registers and whatever else, or, memory dumps or whatever else here. And then the actual screen that's, running the actual emulation is separate. And here you can actually look at it all at the same time. It might be sometimes easier to find things. Yeah. And then going along with that, he's actually got some pseudo case designs just mocked up at this point for his ESP-32 project. And he's kind of asking the public, and I don't know if he's kind of figured out exactly what he's doing here, but they're asking, like, which do you prefer? The first one here is kind of built to look kind of like a CoCo case. I mean, obviously there's connectors and stuff in places that never existed on the CoCo, but it's kind of got the same angled slant and the vent holes, and then where the keyboard would have been. And he's got another one that's more of a PC style, so it's more rectangular, blocky type thing. Just in these up here, so you can kind of see that designed here, and then the more traditional, rectangular one here. And here's what the actual board itself looks like as it currently stands. That would fit into these cases.
The rectangle.
So he's asking for input as to see what kind of cases people would like. Go ahead.
I was going to say the rectangle is way more practical because you would need standoffs to make the CoCo shape one. For what reason? None really.
What's this for?
The ESP-32. It's basically kind of like a Mister. It's a hardware emulation.
Right. Is it for a CoCo? Is it? Is it trying to make the CoCo?
Yeah, we just showed that Pyramix. That's actually it running.
Oh, okay.
So that was, he's just been working on CoCo 3 the last week or two here. CoCo 1 and 2, I think he's pretty well got cemented the way it seems to be running compatible. And he's working on the CoCo 3 side where he's got some things that are running properly and some things aren't. But yeah, it'd be kind of nice. I'm assuming you can probably even overclock these and stuff too. Like once he gets it fully running, you might be able to run the equivalent of a 6 or 10 megahertz CoCo 3 or something. Kind of like a CoCo FPGA, I guess. So I'm assuming these are...
Show us those cases again.
So that's your SD card slot. These are USB ports, I'm guessing.
That one's boring. Yep.
This one has more of a CoCo 3 shape, but
yeah, I'd go for this one.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, because the board's flat and the lays here, this upper raised part is just empty here unless you're putting in
right, and it's going to be hard to print, and you can't stack it with the other stuff in your big pile of hobby stuff. So
this is where practicality hits head on with aesthetics.
Exactly. Wow. Now, if it had a little bit of keyboard on top,
it'd be pretty small, though. I mean,
oh yeah, you'd
given
have
the
to use
relative size of this board here, you can see a regular size
yeah.
keyboard. Your keyboard would have to fit like in this area right here. That'd be pretty small.
Make an MC10 out of it.
Yeah, actually, probably could. But anyway, yeah, if anybody has any strong opinions on which case style they would like, I'd just hit the CoCo Facebook group and just put your vote in if he hasn't closed that down already.
Yeah, I'd say print what you want to print, buddy.
Make it purple.
Next after that, we got Rich Stevens has posted another CoCo FujiNet app. This is going to be a little bit of a two-part here. So it's a real-time stock ticker. And it came out on the CoCo first. So FujiNet, of course, is cross-platform. It's for the Apple II, the Atari 8-bits, MS-DOS. There's some other platforms currently in alpha and beta stages like the CoCo Atom, etc. But Rich, who's been doing a lot of the CoCo ports of some of these things like the Battleship game and some others, he actually has created this one on the CoCo first. This was the first version released of the stock app. Takes up to 10 stock symbols, including a scrolling ticker tape. If you're on the CoCo 1 and 2, it actually uses the 42-column screen. If you're on a CoCo 3, you can run a 40-column hardware screen. And he's got a little video here to kind of demo it. I probably won't play the whole thing, but I'll do some
I'm not sure
stuff.
we want a real-time stock ticker right now.
Yeah, right now. Yeah. We already know the direction it's going, yeah. Actually, you can see that here from when he live shot it, it was kind of doing that.
Right, it's already there.
But you can actually put up to 10, and then you can kind of monitor them, and it has a scrolling ticker as it goes across. You can kind of, just like you're watching on one of the cable channels. You can retrieve the info on the company itself, like when it became public and all kinds of stuff. So he posted that earlier in the week, and then he did an update here just this morning. We announced second version of this. Version string is actually here, so you can kind of tell what version you're actually running. He's got a refresh option in the hidden stocks menu. He's got a please wait, so if it takes a while to get a manual refresh, it'll actually not look like it hung. Network error prompt now says press enter to exit and waits for a key. Pressing break while editing a stock symbol, like if you're trying to enter in one, you suddenly said, no, I don't want to add one. You can actually hit break and it'll get out of it quick. Otherwise, it would do is you'd break out of it, but it would still try to submit the actual partially typed in one. So it query, and there's might be a non-existent stock. It was wasting the time going to the network trying to find it. So that's fixed now. So it does a nice quick abort. And it's now available for the CoCo, the Apple II, the Atari, and MS-DOS. I don't think it's on any of the other beta platforms yet, but it's now officially a cross-platform FujiNet app. And looks pretty good on a CoCo 1.2 screen here with the graphical 42 column font. Next after that, Aaron Banerjee, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. My apologies if I'm not. But he uploaded a disk image containing 2 programs on it. One's the 9 Queens program, and for those who don't know, that's where you have a chessboard, and you have to place 9 queens so that none of them can attack each other, which is basically just kind of a logic thing to figure out where to put everything. If you guys want to see that already, without this one, there's a version of that on EOU already in one of the games directories, I think. It was written by Sean Driscoll back in the 90s. But you can get a version here for Disk Basic. And then the second one he included on here is a program for predicting lunar eclipses, which he's also done some updates and stuff on. So you can go download that from the CoCo group on Facebook. And then there's a picture of the 3 or 8 queens problem there running. So it's basically text and semi-graphics mode. But the lunar eclipse one, he actually did one that correctly predicted the lunar eclipse on March the 3rd, including like when the biggest part of the phase is going to be and totality and all that kind of stuff at the exact times and whatever time zone he picked. I can't remember. But yeah, it's kind of cool that he did that. And Ron, I was wondering if you'd maybe tried that because you're obviously into astronomy and eclipses of both solar and lunar variety, I'm sure. Are you muted?
I said, I saw that when it came out, Aaron's post, and back in the day, I think there was a bunch of different basic style programs that had things where you can predict where in the, like what planet would we up, which is kind of neat and similar. But I never really stuck with those. It seemed like a lot of work for very little info, but that is pretty good.
Yeah, and here's a screenshot of the actual lunar eclipse part of it that he posted in a separate post. So type total lunar. So for those who don't know, a partial lunar eclipse means the Earth's shadow is only covering part of the moon. So you'll see it kind of see it get dark on part of it and stay bright in others. Total means eventually it'll go entirely. And is it the penumbra?
Penumbra is a little bit, and umbra is
umbra is the full one. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's mentioned like the moon's at a descending node. It gives you the eclipse magnitude and then phase time. So it gives you in universal time, when it enters penumbra, when it enters the umbra, totality begins, maximum eclipse at a certain time, totality ends. So it's kind of giving you the whole chart of if you wanted to watch it live.
And the complexity is they have to compute the solar orbit of the Earth and then the lunar orbit of the moon around the Earth, around the solar orbit of the sun. And so it gets pretty complicated pretty quick.
Yeah. I have a planetarium program that's not, what's it called? Stellarius or whatever. I don't even use it. I use the Sky one on the PC, but the phone has one. It's like an observatory. And it has so much detail you don't even understand what some of the settings are for the, they give you an extra.
So it's kind of cool because people sometimes wonder what can you use a retro machine for if you're not into playing games. You can actually use it for some useful.
What you got?
Things.
Yeah.
Next up after that, we'll be covering the show itself here when we get into the upcoming trade shows, etc. But Damon Beals posted on Facebook that he's going to be attending the Indy Classic Computer and Video Game Expo in Indianapolis, Indiana. And this is one that's run with Randy Kindig is one of the main sponsors of the guy behind the Floppy Days podcast. But he's attending and he's actually bringing his upgraded CoCo 3, and he's wondering if there's any other CoCo people that might be coming over to the Indianapolis show on March 21st, 22nd. So that's actually literally just 2 weeks away. And it's if you're flying in, it's at the Indianapolis Airport Hotel. So it's like a hop, skip, and a jump from where you actually get off the plane, basically. But he mentioned also that there's over 90 vendor tables have already been sold. So it looks like the show is actually doing quite well, and it's going to be quite big. So I know we've had some live footage from there before. I can't remember. Damon was one of the guys that actually, sent us some photos and possibly some live stream video. But it'd be cool to see that. But I'm really curious to see what the reaction of some of the other people at the show will be to him bringing in an upgraded Coco 3, and if anybody else brings some Coco stuff as well to show off and see what the general consensus is. After that, Paul Cunningham posted a 16-bit integer calculator program he wrote using bare naked fourth on the Coco, which is one I had not heard of before. We've had many fourth implementations, even some fourths under OS 9 that are, I think we included one in Nitrous 9 actually, but there was multiple ones back in the day in the early 80s and mid 80s when fourth was probably a lot more popular than it is now. I think I can only remember one machine that shipped with fourth. I think that was it the Auric or Jupiter Ace, I think it was, shipped with fourth.
Yes, the Jupiter Ace, the Sinclair clone.
Actually, like in the late 90s, or all the Spark stations from Sun and a bunch of Macintoshes had fourth in their boot up monitor, their BIOS.
Oh, okay.
And you didn't
don't speak
know
of
it
that.
was there, but like you rebooted a Macintosh in that era and you hold down, I think, OF for open firmware, and you got into a fourth interpreter.
Yeah, no, Open Booth was evil. Don't talk about that.
But yeah, but
Although
fourth was kind of
they
an
ran
interesting
it for,
language
like-
because it was one where you kind of built the language as you went. You'd
Right, so
use
bare
previous-
naked fourth implies that there are no built-in libraries and you have to spec everything.
Yeah, like I remember Hoyt Stern's fourth, which was a cassette-based one with a Semigraphics 8 editor or Semigraphics 12 editor. I can't remember. That was their advertising. Remember, we had it in the computer club here. And basically, it had a bunch of like IO routines for disk and cassette, built in and some res graphic stuff, and then you could build on that and create your own commands, kind of extend the language as you went. But anyway, he's put up this calculator program he wrote. And it's got some limitations because of this. He said before you get too excited, 16-bit signed arithmetic, division is truncating, remainder is discarded, no decimal point, so it's integer only type thing. Works great in XOR. He's got a bit of a glitch here on the Coco 3 ring on real hardware. Then he realized the monitors were just set too dark and he fixed it up so you can actually see it. So here's a little thing. It's actually drawing, digits in a nice Semigraphics, larger font too, with your actual main buttons showing with the regular, font built into Gimme chip or VDG. But along with this, aside from actually just, getting a sample program running in this theory, I actually decided to write a whole tutorial getting started with bare naked fourth. And it's like a pretty extensive with, going through the calculator program itself and, how to do things here. It does mention generate with Claude. Now, some people were accusing him of like this whole thing was just made with this AI we just covered here earlier. But no, he used it to basically help him organize and make the manual just to make it a lot faster to actually create the manual than basically just letting Claude run and do the whole thing on its own. But yeah, he's got a lot of stuff in here, so we can go through each chapter. I like the fact he's actually using little illustrations just like the old Coco Basic books did, so it's kind of like a fourth for beginners type thing.
Oh, and here's your word, emit.
Yeah, and he's even got, the little highlight boxes just like the Tandy manuals did, so he did a pretty good job on the manual, I have to say. And it's extensive, like there's pages and pages of stuff here. So if you ever got interested in learning fourth on the Coco, this might be worthwhile just going through because it is actually one of the better. It's a tutorial on how to use the language, not like most of the ones I've seen for the Coco, where the manual is basically just a reference guide. If you don't know how fourth works, it's not going to help you much. This does.
Fourth manuals are not fourth manuals; they're manuals on the library that they are giving you. And this doesn't have a library. You are making your. I like it. This actually makes sense to me.
And fourth, because it compiles down. Basically, because of the way it works, it actually is quite fast, except maybe on Jupiter Ace.
Except for the 10 zillion things that came with your precompiled library that you were given that you don't need for your specific program. I see he's taking a little bit different turn here.
Yeah, and then he's even got a chapter getting it onto your Coco. So how to set it up with a Coco SDC drive wire or cassette. So he's letting you do it on a variety of systems with instructions and doing it. And like I said, most of the fourth manuals back in the day were, like you said, they're reference guides. They're not a tutorial on how to use the language or how the language even works. And this seems to be more set up to actually, for somebody who wants to try it for the first time, doesn't know that much about it, this actually would be something you can check into.
Although he did say the RPN word, so.
Oh, reverse post notation. What's
Yes.
intrinsic to fourth? It's funny though. You talk to some people like Brett Gordon, who has been doing that GUI we've been covering on the Coco 1 and 2, and he thinks that way natively now. So he looks at regular math
his
and goes,
brain's
"That's
just
weird."
But fourth goes a little farther. It has 2 stacks instead of just the 1 stack that you have on a RPN calculator.
Oh, okay.
And it
Now,
gets
is that
even
because he
more-
modeled it on the 609, which also has 2 stacks?
And the 6809 famously is fantastic for writing fourths because it has 2 stack pointers.
An
That's
extra
right.
Stack. Okay.
Yeah, the user stack and the hardware stack. So your interrupts and stuff all use the hardware stack. You can use it yourself as well, and then you have the user stack. Basic 9 uses that actually. The user
Yeah, so
stacks.
often they'll put the data stack on the user stack and they'll put the return stack on the system stack. Although there's many other people make other decisions how to map their fourth onto the 6809.
Yeah, it was kind of designed for the 609. I don't think it technically was, but it definitely matched well.
Yeah, that's right. Or even if that was not another stack pointer on the 69, the idea that we've got 4 16-bit index pointers, one of which happens to be the system stack, that would still make it a good machine for a fourth.
Bound to help.
Yeah. Well, 5 if you include D, I guess, because you got X, Y, U, S.
Yeah,
and D.
and you can actually use D at times. There's addressing with D comma X. That's right.
Yeah.
And so this is where I often when I mention the 6809 to people, they immediately think the 6502, kind of like the AIs used to do.
You gotta tell them, no, it's a little Amiga.
And I usually say, if you ignore the program counter and weird registers like condition codes, the 6502 has 4 8-bit registers and the 6809 has 5 16-bit registers. That's a huge difference.
Yes. Hardware multiply didn't hurt either.
But just not having to shuffle bits and bytes back and forth.
Or self-modifying to get to a different
simulate
page.
Having 16-bit index registers is wonderful.
Yeah. Next about that, is Mauricio still here working, squirreling away in his game here? Because he might know a bit about this as well. But Mauricio Matte, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, from, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong too, Club Color Brazil, I'll just call it that. But he's posted here on their own group, which we've covered a few times here on the show. It's a fairly recently created group, that they've got drive controllers for the Coco 1, 2, 3 and the Dragon. And he mentions here that it's GoTech inclusive. He said, I started a group in my community. New batch of Coco MFDC is out. If you didn't take it, it may be your opportunity. And he's got the link to where to go if you want to order it here. But it's actually got a little bit of a title screen here, kind of like the Coco STC does. And the board's actually quite small. And I like the fact actually has this picture, it blazes
Right.
on there as well. So he's got an Atmel controller here, and he's got a WD 2793 floppy controller chip and a ROM chip here.
Yeah.
Nice and small, though. Mauricio, do you have any comments on this? Have you seen one of these, or?
I can chop in.
Sure, go ahead.
Is that semi-graphics introduction to the boot of MFDC is something I did together with Mauricio just about a week or two ago. We were taking a look at how to hack the ROM to have characters for the title, the image you showed before, and we were designing different logos for the product. What I can tell you, which is a secret, shh, don't tell anyone, is that Brazilian, well, the color computer has always been very attached to the hardware people, right? This is a thing that happens like everywhere in the world where this machine is available. And friends here, Mauricio, Luciano, and Giovanni, and Pacheco, these guys are Victor Trucco, especially, right? Is the mastermind when it comes to electronics. These guys are gonna do a lot of. It's a secret. They're gonna do a lot of hardware this year. There are a lot of hardware projects going on. So it's gonna be really fun. and I'm helping them with graphics and ideas, whatever I can on each of them. There's a lot of good stuff coming up. That's really
Yeah.
superb.
Well, I know you guys just this last year you released some like duplicates of the CP400 joysticks and stuff that just came out, and now you've got this disc controller board which is nice and compact. And
yes,
and you're hinting there's more hardware coming. So
there is also that kind of like joystick thing that you connect on the color computer, and you can connect your original color computer. You can connect Bluetooth Mega Drive controllers. You can connect a whole bunch of stuff into this unit.
oh yeah, we covered that a while ago. That's right. Forgot about that.
Yes, that one is pretty great. There are a few others. There are expansions like multi-pack stuff. There are extension boards too. But people are doing some pretty interesting things these days. We'll see how they fare. It's gonna be excellent.
We might have to get you guys to come on and do some demos when some of the other ones are released.
You see, I share a lot of ideas with Mauricio, and he shares a lot of how the project is going on with me. I'm extremely tempted to just say,
don't get yourself in trouble.
but I will get myself in trouble. That's for sure. It's I can't run over them their ideas. It's just excellent ideas. And Victor Trucco, the guy behind the hardware design, he's very experienced. He's pretty good. He's one of the guys behind the Spectrum Next. FPGA.
Okay. That's like the modern Spectrum with modern graphics and sound and everything else.
Yeah, it's this Victor Trucco guy is one of the how can I say special cards, right? We have here. He's pretty good. We got a very talented people when it comes to hardware, but this guy is a little bit over the average.
I've seen the nice touch. They've got the bus transceiver chips that tend to explode are still separate bus transceiver chips. They're like the only two discrete chips that you haven't named. You know, you got the disk controller, you got the ROM, and you got the explodey things to protect your fancy.
I'm just wondering what the Altera Max is being used for in this one, though. This one right
everything
here.
That's not the disk controller.
So basically handling all the little chips we had in the original disk controller.
All the little logic chips and everything are handled, but he still has the explodey chips, the 7406. Or
yeah, and then the switches here, I'm not quite sure what those actually do.
Yeah, what functions does it have? ROMs. Oh, maybe it has multiple ROMs or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know, Erico, if you know what the dip switches are for on this particular.
Because he has that Altera, so he could do things that are well beyond what the.
Like maybe high density supporters. Who knows?
Or something weird.
I'm sorry, that's an FPGA. The Altera?
Altera Max, yeah.
Yeah, just to do all the odds and ends.
This one right here.
But what odds and ends are doing?
And then I'm also wondering what these switches do.
Yeah, they must talk to it somehow because.
Well, I can ask the people. I can ask the guys what this stuff do, and MFDC is actually not. It's already available, so the information and documentation is available. It's just that I'm not savvy enough on the hardware side of things to actually understand any of the things you guys said.
It's the 2793, the analog digital separator thing. I've got to look up. My old man brain doesn't remember all the numbers. But I see a trim pot there.
The way I try to follow the. Sorry?
I was just wondering if that was the high density capable controller or double density, whatever.
Oh yeah, the controller chip here.
The 2793 instead of the 27. I can't keep.
Well, we used to have what 1793, 1773 were the ones that we used most of the time.
1793 is that original? Is the old one I remember.
73 was.
Yeah, because one of them required 12 volts, and that's when they had, they only work on a later Coco with a
but then it also had its own timing. It wasn't fixed, so you could use it to do.
That's why you could use it for high density with some modification board, yeah.
And I see the screw there, and then I'm wondering, okay, is that the screw to turn the density up?
But yeah, Eric, if you want to, check with them. I would love to know what these dip switches are for, what their function is, because maybe there's some added functionality. Some people here in North America might want to get one of these as a replacement disc controller.
Well, that's
So
a
best-
pretty big.
the best-
That's a pretty big EEPROM. So I wonder if that's selecting different banks in the
Right.
EEPROM.
Could be. Could be.
Yeah, I think it has different banks. At least on that side, I guess I know a little bit. It's these guys they try to create things that are modular and that you can that will last and that you can change and put your own stuff. So I'm not really savvy enough on the hardware part to actually state anything. I believe the best thing we could do is have Mauricio over to the CoCoNation show one of these days and have him present this this thing in more detail. It would be nice to have him, maybe Pacheco, who did a bunch of stuff too, or maybe Victor Truco someday. We might be able to assemble that. They will sure be able to explain a lot better the choices and the reasons for the choices.
Yeah,
Then
we've had a few
then
of them
we
on
have-
before, haven't we? On some of the Coco Tech.
Yeah, we did. We also covered one of the videos in Brazilian Portuguese where the guys go through a whole series of hardwares. So that happened before, but it would be nice to have them showing this stuff alive for us. That would be great.
If one of the
Yeah,
other
it's
hardware
fine.
projects they're working on is coming up fairly soon, we can maybe even just wait and they can kind of talk about the older ones here like this one, and then announce one of the new ones at the same time.
Yes, the hardware part is going to be very strong this year. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming up. We are already on stages of sponsoring the production of some of the boards. We have this, Mauricio runs this community group with a lot of people that whenever there is a hardware project that gets the interest of a lot of people, we just chip in little bits of money till we can get, the development going. And that's pretty much what's happening this year, but on many fronts, on many projects. That is.
Okay, well, keep us
And-
posted. You're active in the Discord, so we can talk to you there, and we'll make the arrangements
Yes.
once some stuff's ready to be announced.
Mhm.
Thanks. Next up, Jim Gary did a couple of releases that are not game related for a change. So the first one here is one of his entries for the 10-liner basic programming contest we talked about earlier, called the Fallout Graphics. It's got a little bit of sound, a little bit of semi-graphics animation here, and I think it's based on the Fallout video game on the PC, which I have not really played, so I don't know too much about it. You guys could probably tell me better than I could, but I'll just play a little bit of the demo. He mentions here which category in the contest it's for. So I Want to Set the World on Fire obviously is a song in the background. I'm not going to play too much of it because that is a copyrighted song, even though it's being rendered on MC10. But just a little bit of animation there, and part of the 10-liner basic contest. Now, he's mentioned in the chat that he's actually got a second one up there too. The other one he's got here this week that he's done, though, is a redo of a Garfield graphic that was originally done in 1983 by Carl Reinke for the Coco 1 and 2. And that was originally meant to be on a printer. This particular one here, he's redone it in SG6. So that's a 64 by 48. I think it's supposed to be a 4-color or 3-color mode, if I remember correctly. So a little bit higher res. If you notice here, the pixels are kind of elongated vertically. And I know people like Nick much prefer square pixels, and that's what SG6 gives you. 64 by 48 gives you fairly square. So basically, he's done a few modifications to get it to run in that mode. He has it kind of changing colors as it's running. And I'll fast forward just a little bit to where it's actually starting to draw. Where it's generating the strings for the print. So 64 by 48, so slightly higher res than the standard set reset graphics you're used to in Color Basic. And he's even got some animation of a text balloon, word balloons like in the comics. So first he redoes it in orange, and then he starts pointing, so big, fat, hairy, deal, which is a famous saying by Garfield the cat, of course, by, who's the original guy created? Jim something. Why am I blanking on his last name?
Nice that it's a 3 by
Jim
font.
Davis.
That's pretty great. If I'd have to ask something to Jim Jerry is, hey Jim, I cannot type into the YouTube chat exactly right now, but of course you're listening. How exactly do you draw your semi-graphics? Do you do it by hand, by paper, or do you use the semi-graphic editors by Simon? How do you do it?
Hey, Jim, if you're still in the chat here, you're probably going to be on a 20, 30-second delay from us, but we'll keep an eye out to see if you have a response. All right, that's the last of the regular news I have. And I will just stop sharing, and then I'll switch it over to the upcoming shows, which we've mentioned a couple of already, but we'll go through them all again here quickly. So the first one is the one we just talked about, that Damon Beals was asking if any other CoCo people are going to be at, either to display stuff or even just to attend and kind of share notes, etc. And that's the Indy Classic at a new location this year, March 21st, 22nd, so just a couple weeks from now, at the Wyndham Indianapolis Airport Hotel in Indianapolis, Indiana. This is a show for all retro computers, basically. As I mentioned before, it's one of the main sponsors is Randy Kindig of the Floppy Days and Antic podcast fame. And he's done a couple of pretty good interviews on his Floppy Days podcast. Some of the people that are involved with the original CoCo and stuff too. So definitely go check those out if you haven't. But if you're in the general history of computers in general, any of the interviews are good. And yeah, I'm kind of hoping we can get some pictures from here, either from Damon or anybody else who's attending, maybe even some live streams. Next, after that, the following week is the next Dragon Meetup, as posted by Tony Jewell. It's going to be March the 28th and 29th. And it's at the Center for Computing History, not the Museum of Technology, where it's been the last couple of years. And we will mention that those two places are actually just a few blocks from each other. They're actually near each other. So if you have a general interest in the history of tech, going back to trains and stuff all the way up to computer stuff, you've got two museums like right nearby that you can go through, and they're quite good from what I've been hearing from people that have been attending. So that's coming up. There's actually going to be, as we mentioned before, a person who's going to be bringing one of the 609 based Thomson TO8 machines. So they're going to have some stuff, CoCos, Dragons, ALS, MC10s, Thompsons, all kinds of stuff there. And in fact, they usually bring out some of the Dragon prototypes, like the Dragon Alpha, the Dragon Professional and stuff too. I don't know if they're bringing them all this year in particular, but they usually have some pretty cool stuff to show off. Hopefully the SuperSprite FM Plus board will be getting demoed there with the new HDMI version as well. Next after that is VCF East, which is April the 17th to the 19th. And this is at the Info Age Science and History Museum in Wall, New Jersey, where it has been for quite a long time. I don't know if Sloopy's still on the call. He's pretty well a regular at this show. I don't know if he has any further things he wants to add to, but I don't think, he's on the chat, or he's still on the Zoom call, but he's muted, so I don't know if he's kicking around. But I don't know if they've actually got all their descriptions of what kind of presentations are going to be here. Let's see, schedule. Nope, nothing yet. So that's still a work in progress. But we had some pretty heavy CoCo content here last year. There's multiple seminars on teaching programming basic and stuff. Sorry?
Quite a few, and FujiNet also.
Yeah. Well, I think Thomas, or at least some of the FujiNet people, try to make almost all of the VCFs, don't they? Between them all.
Yeah, I think so.
Next after that, of course, is the big kahuna for our community, and that's CoCo Fest. The 34th annual, quote unquote, last CoCo Fest, which is April the 24th to the 25th. And of course, this is where a lot of people here on the panel are going to be attending. And Brian Weezer is mentioning, what kind of stuff should he bring? It is the 40th anniversary of the release of the CoCo 3 this year, 2026, because it was originally released in July of 1986. Ron DeVille took that and ran with it for the designing of the t-shirt, which we showed here, I think, within the last couple of weeks. And if you go onto Glenside's site, glensideccc.com, there's updates on the fest. There's updates on the t-shirts if you want to order them, type thing. And also, information if you want to be a vendor. Rick had shown earlier, how many of the tables have filled up already. And I don't know if they've got too many of the seminars and stuff built out yet. I don't even know if there's a page for that at this point, but always some interesting stuff happening here. But if you're into the CoCo in any way, shape, or form, the MC10, the Dragon, any of those, you'll definitely want to attend this show if you can. That exact same weekend, if you're in South America, is VCF LATAM 2026, which is the very first VCF for Latin American Vintage Computer Festival. And this is, like I said, being the first one, we'll have to see exactly what gets presented. I know if some of the guys from Brazil are going down to this one as well. They also have their own show later on in the year. And Erico, if you know if anybody's attending from your side of the woods there, it'd be interesting to see if they can maybe, take some photos or even do some live streaming and pop on our show just to kind of show what's going on.
Yes, so keep track of that.
Okay, thanks. Next up after that is VCF Pacific Northwest returning for the first time in 6 years. And this is taking place at Tukwila. Did I say it right this time?
Tukwila. Yep, Tukwila. At least as far as I've been told.
Yeah, I usually butcher the heck out of that sucker. I took lessons from Mark Mosley. But anyway, this, first time in 6 years is returning. It's in the Tukwila Community Center in Tukwila, Washington, May 2nd to 3rd.
Weekend
Mark
after
is
Coco
actually,
Fest.
What's that?
Weekend after Coco Fest.
Yep. And
I'm signed
Mark
up
is
for it.
actually one of the exhibitors.
I'm in the middle of the pack there.
And actually, this looks like there's been a few new ones added here. I don't know if there's any
It
other Coco
does.
specific ones, but
No, there's hardware all over. There's everything from IBM and PC hardware to some mini computer stuff.
yep.
Oh,
I see
Amiga
3 of the
for
talks are
artists.
booked now too.
Someone's even going to try to explain the 99.4A. Good luck with that.
How to take a 16-bit CPU and cripple the hell out of it. Yeah, that's basically
Let's
what
give
I'd
it
say.
256 bytes of RAM and we're going to run with that.
Yeah. On the other end, their sprite chip was actually pretty good. So now you're not doing anything Coco specific at this one yourself, Mark. You're kind of doing generic 8-bit computer networking, including Coco, I'm presuming.
Yeah, I'll have the Coco with the Coco IO, and I'll have the Apple II with I've got Ethernet cards for the Apple II and the Commodore 64. I have Jim Brain's C64 NIC Plus. So hopefully I'll get my drive fixed on my portable SX64. Otherwise, I do have a couple Commodore 64s and a couple Commodore 128s. So anyway.
Now, I do notice here that Steve Stroh, not to be confused with Steve Strobridge, whose nickname was Stevie Stroh, but his name is actually Stroh. He's doing amateur radio, packet radio circa 1985, but he's also an active Coco guy. I've met him at Coco Fest a few times. So there's a few
He's
cool
also
people
a
there.
table exhibitor at Coco Fest, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a table at Coco Fest.
He knows what KA92 is.
Yes. I ran it.
Yeah, 512K required, OSINE level 2. That was actually out for us too.
The guy just above me, AA powered portables, that would include the Tandy 100 and 102, wouldn't it?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, so you might have one. I'll have to go look.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good mix here. I mean, you've got people doing the Xerox Star, which of course is the predecessor to the Mac. You know, well, the Mac GUI and stuff anyway. AA powered portables. That's a good, interesting one. Model 100 will qualify. Doesn't that use AA's?
I believe so.
Yeah, so pretty good mix. This actually seems to be some of the more big iron stuff. Like I see some stuff on VME bus machines like Suns and stuff on Unix history.
Vaccination coming after you.
Yeah, Burroughs and this bunch of the bigger iron stuff.
Oh, also the second name in the list, Adrian Black. Adrian's digital.
Yeah, he's a little bit famous, I think.
Yeah, and he's into everything. Yeah, in the past couple of years, he's shown up at the interim festival we've been doing. So he never announces that he's just usually there.
Oh, he's just there.
Yep. For the
Now
people
he's
that know,
officially there.
Yep. Now he's officially there. So who knows? We might get quite a crowd.
Yep.
With him being there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember. Like you've attended them back when it still was Pacific, like a VCF official event. How big were the shows back in the day before the COVID and the whole Polygon thing?
I missed the 2018 one, but I was at 2019. I was planning going to 2020. Boy, I probably in my emails I have the numbers because the museum tracked people and they shared that information with the guy running the show. And I do know from the emails he sent out that I got. Let's see, he's actually in charge of this one, Michael Brutman. He said that the Living Computer Museum just loved it. It was like their hugest attendance days ever when the VCF was in there. The 2 years, 18 and 19. It was like they loved it.
Yeah.
That's the museum that's gone, right?
Yeah, it's a museum that's gone. Yeah, Paul Allen's pet project.
Yeah, the family just kind of sold everything.
Give us the money.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, they were actually talking about that actually on the last retro computing roundtable. That it should have spent an extra half hour, had the lawyers draw up a whole plan, so it was actually a self-sustaining organization rather than just let it be a pet project or vanity project, I guess, of Paul Allen.
And for those who don't know, because Paul Allen was a co-founder along with Bill Gates of Microsoft. So
yeah, I assume everybody here knows who Paul Allen is. Sorry.
Yeah, no matter who you are, make an LLC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there should have been something there. So
yeah. Next up after that, the International Retro Computer Expo. This is the first one for the Amigos. The International Computer Club. So this is a live stream show they do several times a year. This is the first one for 2026. And basically they just take anybody who wants to talk about anything retro. It doesn't even have to be computer and console related. Sometimes people are like, how am I setting up a display to show off at a show or something? Nick and I have both been guests on it for various things. I've talked about Nitrous 9. Nick's discussed several of his games. There's a pretty good machine language developer for the Spectrum that's usually a semi-regular on there too, and a whole bunch of others. And they're always kind of fun, but there's a live stream, so you can go watch it on Twitch or on YouTube. I've got the YouTube page up here just because it happened to be the quickest one I could find. But basically, this is going to be happening on May the 2nd, so the same weekend as the VCF Pacific Northwest. But if you can't make it there, this is live stream. You can view it from home. And they've already got 7 guests already been booked for doing presentations here. Last time I checked a couple days ago. And it'll be starting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern on their Twitch and YouTube channels. They do interact with the chat there. So if you have questions of some of the panelists or some of the stuff they're talking about, you can do that. I don't think I'll have anything ready to show because it's coming up in my wedding fairly soon here. So I'm probably going to be a bit busy helping with that, planning it, etc. Nick, do you think you'll have anything to show by that time?
When was it again?
Oh, you fell asleep and weren't listening again. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
I did,
at
yeah.
May 2nd. It's May 2nd.
I might have something. A bit hard to tell.
Okay. I can let Aaron know if you do plan, but they are filling up
Yeah.
slots pretty quick here. So
Yeah.
just one. We'll keep in touch and we'll see. Maybe we'll have some official CoCo representation there. Maybe we'll have people using AIs to program games in Basic 9 and we can show there. Who knows?
That's right. I'll be out of a job.
Next up after that is VCF Southwest, which we talked a little bit at the beginning of the show. Slightly different date this year, May 29th to 31st, because of the soccer championships. And it's happening at the Weston Dallas Fort Worth Airport, which is a change. I think they had it at the university campus, which is a fair ways away from the airport. So it's actually a little bit more convenient for people flying in. But this is where a lot of the alumni from Tandy Radio Shack are there. So you get to meet some of them. They usually pop by the show. And we have some people here on the panel that are pretty well regulars of the show, including Mark B. Anything you wanted to mention specific about this, Mark?
No, one thing I did find kind of interesting because they were talking about the exhibitors, that if you're bringing big iron, call them first and talk about some power.
Oh,
because they've had issues in the past where you turn on 2 of those monitors and take out a row.
I think last week when we talked to Richard at Boys and Tech, he's one of the sponsors this year too, if I remember correctly.
Silver, I think.
Yeah, Boys and Tech, Silver sponsor. And he'll be showing off CoCo stuff, including his Boomerang 512K upgrades, 609 upgrades, digital joystick adapters, and he's going to be hopefully demonstrating the upgraded, redesigned Boomerang 2 meg upgrade, which features a PLCC version, the square version of the 6309 CPU chip. And I don't know if they've gotten anything on.
Oh, so you don't put your existing CPU in, you just plug his board in, and that is your.
So the DAP board's got
your new
surface mount version?
6309 built right in.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it doesn't look like they've got anything yet. Speaker registration will open soon. So actually we haven't started booking speakers, but they have been booking sponsors and vendors. Now back to Aaron and the Amigos guys here. They're actually having, they're formerly called Boat Fest, but now called the International Retro Computer Expo in the social event space in Hurricane, West Virginia, and 2 blocks from a really good pizza place. This is one that Ken, myself, and a few others have attended this before. Frank at Retro Rewind's an official sponsor of them as well. They do have Coco SDCs and stuff for sale there, for example. So if you want to pick some of those up, you'll be able to do that at the show. And they're now taking orders on the tickets. It's running from July the 10th to 11th. July 9th, if you're going to be a vendor, you can go in and set up ahead of time without having to fight with crowds, etc. And this covers old computers, old consoles, pinball machines, little electronic games and stuff like that. It's definitely a bit more gaming oriented than some of the other shows, but they do have a fair bit of hardware there. The last time I was there, I think somebody had brought a Tier City Model 4P and was demonstrating some stuff on that, which is kind of cool. But you can get their tickets on their site here. I will mention once again, you can pick up links to all the stories we cover and all the upcoming shows in the show notes that you can get on the Coco Discord, or if you're on the Coco list emailing group, you will get that tomorrow from Exile in Paradise. Next up after that is VCF Midwest. This is the biggest one. I think the biggest VCF in the world and probably the biggest retro computer show period. September the 12th to the 13th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, which is also where Rainbow Fest originally started. That was the very first Rainbow Fest in 1983, sponsored by Rainbow Magazine. The Schaumburg Convention Center is huge. There's a whole bunch of places right nearby. So if you can't get into the main hotel, there's other hotels right nearby. And yeah, if you want to see everything retro at once and even learn how to solder, this is a good place to go. It won't work on me, sorry. But yeah, for those who don't know, Schaumburg is actually like Chicago and all the different cities next to it all kind of run together. It's kind of like Los Angeles. So it's west. It's
Western Chicago.
West than Chicago, but it's east of Elgin, type thing. But yeah, you guys have gone to it before. Rick, are you planning on attending again this year? Or?
Yes, I'm going to make it again this year, and I will probably get the local hotel because they look like they're close together, but there's a fence running down the middle, so you can't just walk.
Oh, okay.
It's like the if you look on Google Maps, there are like 3 hotels situated amongst highways going around, but you can't walk between them. You have to walk out to the road going around and back around and back. So,
well, what if you brought some bolt cutters?
They'd probably shoot you. It's Chicago, man.
Yeah, the mob might still be there. But anyway, yeah, it's September 12th to 13th. As with all the VCF Midwest, it's free. There's no attendance fee to get in. I think some of the other VCFs do have a small fee. I mean, none of them are huge, but yeah, definitely the biggest. I know from last year that I think they had 3,000 people or somewhere roughly around there. And as they mentioned here, this year's show will be at least as large as 2025's and still free.
Yeah. Last year they kept adding more and more of those exhibit space.
Yeah.
Right.
The nice thing is the convention center they're in is huge. I mean, it has room to grow still.
Oh, geez. I think they had like 2/3 of it at the big one last year, so they could
yeah, the big room. They were using some of the small rooms for like live concerts and lectures and stuff too.
Right.
So.
But then they had another wall they could have pulled back and made the maid room.
Yeah, so it's got room to expand, which is good because they need it. That show's grown a lot in the last 10 years. And the last one I've got here, and if there's any I'm missing, any of the shows that are cover retro computing and the Coco might have a presence at, please let me know at Curtis Boyle at sasktel.net or in the Coco Discord, and I will add them to the list. Where you can send a link to the website for whichever show that is, that'd be great. But the last one we got to mention here is the Tandy Assembly. Dates and new venue were announced. October 2nd to the 4th is the dates, and it's at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at Cincinnati Airport. So before you have to fly to Cincinnati and then get out to Springfield, which is a small town without its own airport, especially for international, then you basically have to rent a car or something. Now it's right at the airport hotel. So basically there's no extra fees to get to the actual show itself. It's a much bigger venue because they had ran out of room last year. Some vendors wanted to get more than one table, and basically, to be fair to everybody, they basically limited you to one table. Now, I think they said it's more than 2 times, like 2.5 times more table space than last year. So you can get multiple tables if you need that for your vendor space or your display space. And there's a link to the Facebook page that is devoted to Tandy Assembly, and you can actually get some details on that. And that's it for the upcoming shows, and that's it for the news this week.
Hey, Curtis.
Yeah.
I found my email from Michael from the end of March 2019, and it says that over the course of the weekend, the VCF Pacific Northwest, 1,100 visitors came to the museum.
Well, that's not bad, especially for that far back. That's close to what I think VCF Midwest would have been for attendance back then.
Could be.
If not higher.
I mean, I'm sure people would come to the museum anyway, but it was really a big draw. I know when I asked Michael specifically, he said, said the Living Computer Museum just loved it because VCF drew in way more people on the days they were there. So
nice.
You get just a freebie. You get not just the static displays, but you get people that are specialized in the machines they bring, and a lot of hands-on. Most people are very hands-on, but hands-on and try stuff out. So.
That's the same reason the one in San Francisco is so successful, because it's at the Computer History Museum. Of course, a lot of the big companies like Apple and Hewlett Packard all started in that area, so there's a lot of good displays there too.
Yep, exactly. Anyway, big deal. Hopefully, it'll be interesting to see how big this new VCF goes off.
Yeah, it's kind of its reboot year, so we'll have to see if everybody actually gets in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So before we exit the show here, I thought I'd check in with Erico. And how's your game going here, since you were working on it live while we were
done yet
on the air? I didn't forget, even though I distracted him a couple times.
I'm still here. It's just I've got into some trouble on the. I would like to have the ball can have 4 directions or 8 directions. I would like to have 16 directions for the ball, and I would like that to relate to the bat, which has 6 positions, a central position and side positions. So working how exactly this ball is going to move is something that I'll have to request the help of Nick Marantz, or the Pinball Master.
Remember that meme of the gal with the math equations flying over her head?
It's complicated. I can share the current progress with you guys.
Yeah, please. Well, we'll take a quick look at it before we should shut the show down for today.
All right. Can you see it?
Yeah. I see some source code. I see a calculator on the right.
You seem to have a calculator.
Right. So this is it's very small code, in fact, and I'm just playing around with how can these algorithms work together before ever getting to 10 lines or anything of that sort, ever compacting thing. But so far, and I'm trying to document things as I go, as you can see. There you go. So you have the pad going around, and I'm checking around. See, as you can see, it bounces off the bat and the borders. It's just that the borders is flipping the wrong direction, as you can see, right? But I can probably catch the ball beneath the bat.
Yeah. You're inverted on the.
Yeah, there you go. I got the ball beneath the bat. I can release it. So I'm still working out. There, I got the ball beneath the bat, so it won't go any further. So I'm just working on the ball behavior right now, which is it's actually the complex thing in this game. Everything else is easy. And,
so going up, it worked the right way. Going down, it reversed. Interesting.
Yeah, because if you have the ball hit on the outside of the pallet, you want a bit more English, where it goes at a
when it hits the walls,
angle.
It goes the right way when it's going up, but it goes the wrong way when it's going. Anyway.
Yeah, when it hits the side walls, or any side
something weird sometimes.
Object, it should not change, multiply the y velocity by -1, right? It should not invert the direction.
Reversed a couple of times.
There are 2 things you can reverse. You can reverse the x and the y axis, right? You can reverse them. When it hits the sidewall, it should reverse only the side axis, not the y.
Right.
And currently, and here you can see it's this reads the joystick. This does some calculation to get the joystick to be the precise position. Right. I'm trying to get the 64 positions of the joystick, every 2 position to be a single semi-graphic, 32 columns, right? So it gives a smooth movement because every 2 pixels on the joystick will represent a single position. But I don't have my color computer here to test. It's just theoretical. This part here detects screen limits on the borders. And this draws the player. It's just everything thrown. Now we'll get to packing and organizing and creating some procedures here as I go along. It's just important that you see here I have the line numbers here on UG Basic on the outside. They are not important. It's just for keep track. You can use this as line numbers to convert disk extended color basic if you want to. But the thing is that if I can keep this stuff here around 100, it should be fine to get the 10 liner. If let me show you something here. Suppose let me just copy this program.
So yeah, you can't just add an extra statement to fix some errant behavior. You have to fix the core function so that it never makes a mistake, because you can't spend an extra line to fix whatever strangeness is going on here.
Yes, one thing is about when you do stuff in 10 lines, one thing is about packing the code technically, getting rid of spaces, the stuff that if the computer does automatically, like UG Basic does, it's all fine. The trick about optimizing something is changing the algorithm to do that same thing to something easier. That's the challenge you have here. Let me show you an example. If I get rid of all this remarks I have on the code, I'll get rid of just some of them so you get an idea. Because the stuff that takes away, for example, this should be fine. If you get to 10 liner contest here, it has a check. Right, let me see the exactly. I think it's just here. Shorten variables. I don't need that. I do them shorten as possible. So you have compress. I can't remember right now, but for example, if I hit compress, as you can see, it turns the code into tokens, right? And then you have join lines up to, let's suppose we're gonna have 256 characters per line, and it does that. So as you can see, the current code I have has 14 lines. It's just 4 above 10. The problem is that this didn't work correctly because I have the remarks. See, if I delete the remarks, it's most likely that this code will fit a single line, the current code. So what I'd like to point by this is that UG Basic allows you to, while you're doing the code, you can check if your 10 lines are in check. And that's it. I'll be working on this. I'm not sure about the date we have on, I believe it's April. So I'll be taking a few hours throughout the days and to get this game done. As you can see here, it's going to be like an Arkanoid thing. I would like 16 directions for the balls. And when it hits the blocks, I would like it to explode, to cause a beautiful explosion. And this explosion will erase part of this top area. And if you erase enough so that your ball hits the top of the window, then the whole blocks will scroll 1 block down. And if you hit the top again, another block down. So you have to avoid.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah, the thing is that you have to get rid of all the tiles on the screen, and not actually by destroying them, by hitting the top of the window and have them scroll down. So you have to go through them. Hopefully that will become some interesting gameplay. We'll see.
The at the top there where you draw the borders, have you ever used the string command?
Sorry?
String. Have you used the string command? Like you can draw the entire, well, you can do the entire top white with a print string 32 comma whatever white is, and that's it. It'll draw a full line with just that one command. You don't have to sit there and poke it. It would be instant.
Oh, you mean you have the bat inside a string? That's a possibility.
No, there's
Yes.
a command in Extended Basic that actually it will duplicate a character
Oh,
code you
yes,
give it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the very top border, you've got that white all across the top. You're doing a loop 0 to 31 and then poking
Oh, it could
every
be
byte.
string
Yeah, you could just
32
do
or whatever.
print at 0 string 32 comma whatever a white
Yes.
solid block is. Bang, and that's
Yes.
just one statement, instantly does it.
Exactly.
You could probably use that to draw all the colored bands too.
Doesn't tie up a loop.
Yeah, and you might be
ones I
able
have
to chop.
here.
Let's see.
This one, draw the titles. Yes, I can sure take advantage.
Yeah,
of
so
the
you
string.
might be able to get all that done in one line.
For sure.
Everything all in one line. So that if you're going for the 10-line limit, yeah, you can get all that in one line, and it will be fast.
Yes, I will be getting to those kind of optimizations as soon as the game plays nice. But yes, I'll be looking into that. I didn't.
Nick, it sounds like you're feeling challenged enough to write one yourself here.
Oh, you should, Nick.
The challenge is thrown, Nick.
I've already done it. I did.
No, you've done excellent stuff in Basic. Your Pong execution of Basic is ace. You really should try. It's fun.
Yeah, or your 4K Invaders program, you might be able to crunch that down to 10 lines.
I don't know about 10 lines for that one, but
see, in the near future, this background part, other than taking advantage, I'll either look at the string solution you said, or I'm gonna look into Marco added drawing commands to semi-graphics, so I can do a line, right? Or I can do a square or something of that sort. So it will get less commands too. But string is probably
it's fast and it takes up less space too.
Yes, it takes less. The string is probably the best solution for this. The thing is that this part here, the background, eventually, if the game becomes playable and within a good amount of space I can manage, I would like to do something that will create random stages, so that after you finish one, you have another, and it's based on a seed that maybe it's always going to be the same, right? I'm gonna try that if the game actually becomes any fun. I'm hoping the explosions will bite people. And I'll try to add music, just like that Seven Tides. Let's see how that goes. That's it.
All right.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update, and we'll keep our eyes posted for that program getting entered in the 10-liner contest and some of the hardware that you guys are working on down in Brazil there, and hopefully have guys on to kind of demo those a little bit later.
All right. Thanks for the feedback.
Thank you.
All right. Well, here's the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
And we're sorry.
Oh, I hit the button. It didn't go.
Right.
All right. That's it for this week. Remember, clocks jump ahead in the U.S., so kickoff time.
And most of Canada, too.
Pretty dang soon, actually.
So kickoff time will be plus 1 hour for those people that don't change their clocks.
You mean I've got to wake up earlier?
Yep.
Yeah.
1 hour.
Oh gosh.
Oh, gee, screw that.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. or something for you, Nick.
It's like, don't bother going to bed.
We'll just drop in about
Good
news
choice.
time and we'll be good.
Okay. Well, till next week. Bye bye, everybody.